Hello viewers, and welcome to yet another Warhammer 40,000 Conquest video production. My name is Mitch de Grosselier, and I am the Hive Tyrant. Today, I'm pleased to present the follow-up video for my having recently reached the milestone of amassing 500 subscribers on YouTube. And in fact, at the time of my recording this video, I've managed to pass 550. I chose to celebrate the occasion by releasing the fourth installment of my Q&A giveaway series, in which the premise of my latest contest was that anyone wanting to enter in order to potentially win their choice of an official Conquest LCG alternate art warlord card simply had to ask a question of me or about me in the comments section of that video. And I then concluded the contest by picking 3 winners at random among all those who left comments. As I'm the only person releasing content for this channel, I try to focus exclusively upon Conquest whenever possible. And because with scarcely few exceptions I never really share anything about myself, I thought that this milestone might nevertheless be a good, fun opportunity for people to learn a little bit more about me. So, after a week's worth of collecting entries, I've gathered all the questions I received together, made a few notes for myself, and now I'll be proceeding to answer each and every one of those questions entirely unscripted but not without notes today. But before I do proceed to answer all questions asked of me in the order in which I received them, I just want to forewarn all my viewers that while many of the questions are fun, innocent, lighthearted, and entirely Conquest relevant, in answering several of these questions, all of which I've already read and pre-screened, my answers are bound to be very personal and at times perhaps even a little uncomfortable. So do keep in mind that if you're only interested in Conquest, then this video may not be for you. But if you are curious about me as both a person and content creator, then by all means I encourage you to keep listening and think that this might serve to provide a fascinating bit of insight into the man behind the Hive Tyrant. This video is also going to be a little less edited, a little less professional, and ever so slightly more casual than you can expect from my usual fare, but if I haven't driven you off already, and with our premise aside, let's get things started with the first of our very long list of questions. And to everyone who asked me something, I'm both flattered and genuinely appreciate your asking. First up is a question from Alexander Bosch, and I want to apologize in advance if it just so happens that I accidentally mispronounce someone's name, but Alexander asks, my question is, of the available planets in Conquest, in your opinion, which is the most and least powerful respectively? And if you could add one planet from the lore of Warhammer 40k, which would it be, and what would its resource/card rewards be, and what would the battle effect be? Cheers, Alex. So, in answering this question, I think automatically I'm going to entirely disregard Karnath. That's the planet that allows you to trigger the battle ability of any other planet, so since that can effectively count as anything, I don't think it's at all fair to consider. I think that Barlas, the random card discard planet, can work very, very well if you're trying to choke your opponent of cards, but if you're looking to starve resources, then that's not very good. I think a lot of these are kind of context and situationally relevant. For example, Farron, which allows you to route units. That can be absolutely devastating if your opponents put out like a powerful army unit further down the planet line, so you can trigger that battle ability and get rid of one of his units that you don't want to deal with later in the round. Farron also works great if you use like a surprise tense negotiations in order to trigger that battle ability before your opponent is expecting it. Seeing as how our current meta tends to favor low hit point units, I think Aatrox Prime can be extremely powerful. I've seen Kith absolutely wrecked by Aatrox Prime firing into her HQ or to an adjacent planet. Same thing goes with Tyranids. And then similarly, I think in the right situation, Planum, which moves units, can be absolutely devastating. Like if you can move Siren Zithlex from Planet 1 to Planet 2, I think that's super powerful, but really I think probably the planet that takes the cake for absolute most powerful would have to be Taurus, just because if you do manage to trigger that ability successfully, and mind you won't always be able to benefit from it, 3 resources and 3 cards is just such a tremendous swing. Really, I just don't think there's ever going to come a time when that's not beneficial to one of the players. They could always use cards, they could almost always use additional resources. So I think Taurus for most powerful. In regard to least powerful, I definitely think I'm inclined to go with Yvarn. It's definitely something I don't see triggered very often. The ability to put a unit into play in your HQ from your hand. I think it can be nice to get rid of an opponent's like Klavex War Leader or do something tricky like that, but generally when one player triggers it, they don't really create like a big resource discrepancy between the unit they put into play and what their opponent puts into play. So overall, I think that's probably the least powerful. So Yvarn for least, Taurus for strongest. And in regard to designing my own planet, I'm not tremendously familiar with the planets in the 40k universe, but just in sticking with the theme of this channel, I think I'll go with the planet Tyrant or Tyrant, which is of course where we first encountered the Tyranid race. They were first documented by the Imperium. Really, all that I know about it is that it's an ocean world, so I was thinking a ton of resources, and I was thinking just to keep power in check, maybe 0 cards, 1 resource, and then something unique for a battle ability is how about search your deck for a card that includes the text resource, so it doesn't generate you a lot of resources right away, but in having to harvest that natural, at one point very untainted, unharassed, unmolested ocean world, it allows you to fetch some sort of resource acceleration or resource ramping effect from your deck to set yourself up on future turns. So I thought that was kind of a fun little effect. Would be an interesting planet to see. Whether or not they can move it to the Traxxas sector, I don't know if we have the technology to do that, but maybe. Our next question happens to come from John Church, and he asks, I have a couple questions. 1, what is your favorite card? 2, what's been your hardest matchup ever at a tournament? And 3, are you looking at covering other LCGs like the 2nd edition of Thrones or the Fantasy Flight version of Legend of the Five Rings? Also, as a side note, I am not surprised you hit 500 subs. You're a walking Conquest database, and keep up the good Conquest work stuff. So thank you very much. I feel as though one of my strengths as a player and gamer happens to be a pretty powerful memory when it comes to, at times, encyclopedic knowledge of cards and statistics and effects. But in answering his questions, let's start off, what is my favorite card? My first thought is probably Wild Rider Squadron. I like that it's durable, it's a very cool unit, in a conceptual sense, it's effectively like jet bike Eldar people. They have an extraordinarily wide threat range. You can put them out at Planet 2, they can shift to Planet 1, they can stay at 2, they can go to Planet 3. If you use mobility, that signature attachment from Eldorath, then they get even crazier. They're pretty durable, and I like that they can kind of swoop in at the last minute to get in some kind of opportunity opportunistic attack. Some of my other favorite units, I really love Zarathar's Flamers, really the game that pushed me over the edge into making me want to pick up Conquest and start playing it in the first place, happened to involve Stephen M. from the now retired Actions at One podcast, just absolutely ruining my day with this Zarathar deck, and Zarathar's Flamers attacking for 3 and then being sacrificed for 3 if they're there with Zarathar is just incredibly nasty. And then similarly, I really love the Volatile Pyrovore. It's a very new card from the Great Devourer box expansion, but it attacks for 3. When it's destroyed, it explodes and damages its attacker. And I've mentioned this a time or two before, but I just absolutely love that this card game allows some of the crappier tabletop 40k units a bit of a breath of new life. When the Pyrovore model was first announced, it was just a complete piece of hot garbage. It was cool looking, but it was just overcosted in regard to its point cost for the tabletop game. It wasn't doing enough damage. It just wasn't a good enough unit to warrant playing, really. So seeing as how the Volatile Pyrovore is one of the strongest Tyrannid cards, I just think that's absolutely fantastic. In regard to your second question, what's my hardest ever tournament matchup? I've never actually participated in any kind of in-person tournament. The closest thing I've ever done is Sam Mann's Warhammer 40k Octagon online competitive league, his Octagon WA, in which we're about to, I think, well, at the time of my recording this video, we're in the 3rd week of that contest. The closest I've ever come to participating in a tournament was the Tacoma, Washington Regional, which was like a couple hours drive away. I considered participating just because I had started the Hive Tyrant channel at that time, but since I'd only had 4 or 5 games under my belt at that point, I figured I'd save myself a little bit of time and embarrassment, and I did not end up going. In hindsight, I don't exactly regret not going, but I definitely think this next year I'm going to be much more interested to potentially win a regional championship, just because I think that would be awesome if I could say, you know, I'm Mitch, the Hive Tyrant, Tacoma, Washington regional champion or something like that. Give me a little bit of some accolades behind my channel name here. But in regard to hardest matchup, I'll say if you look up my Ragnar Blackmane versus Zarathar High Sorcerer video, that's probably been my most tense game where I've started to feel relatively competent as a player, although I'm still not very comfortable with this game. And then for your third and final question, am I looking at covering any other LCGs like Game of Thrones version 2 or L5R, the living card game version? Historically, as will become abundantly clear in the rest of this video, I did used to cover Lord of the Rings, the living card game. I wouldn't be opposed to creating an occasional video for that series, just kind of celebrate the good old days, really my first love in regard to living card games, but I'd really like to keep the Hive Tyrant Conquest centric. A pattern throughout my life has always been kind of picking up one game and focusing on it to the exclusion of pretty much all other games and all other things. Even when I first started picking up Conquest, I stopped going to the gym, which was something I'd done religiously for something like 2.5 hours a day for months and months and months on end. No breaks, no rest days, anything like that. So I definitely tend to obsess about things, and I'd rather not divert my attention away from Conquest. Even in just creating videos, I've pretty much given up all the other games I was playing recreationally, like good old Diablo 2, Lord of Destruction, and Hearthstone, and all sorts of other things. So, not terribly interested in Game of Thrones 2.0. I love A Song of Ice and Fire. I like the HBO show. I know next to nothing about L5R. So for the future, I would expect nothing but Conquest for the Hive Tyrant. Our next question is going to come from All We Nyap. He asks, or she asks, I'm interested to know, 1. How much time do you spend creating each video? As you've mentioned before, that it takes away time from play for you. And number 2, so how much playtime do you actually get? So in answering these questions, I suppose I'll start with the first, how much time do I spend creating each video? Let's start with the least complicated and go to the most complicated. So the least complicated is what I've started doing now for the Octagon commentated matches. I basically start my video and audio recording. I don't even prepare an introductory spiel. It's all off the cuff. I just kind of record things, and then once the match is recorded, generally they last between 30 to 60 minutes, 60 minutes being pretty uncommon, thankfully. Once the video is done, then I just go through, I edit out all the dead spots, so maybe that takes a couple hours or 3 hours, something like that, which doesn't strike me as too bad. In regard to doing card review videos, that's where it starts to take a lot more time. Like the most intense example I can think of was when I sat down to do my first impressions and initial full review of the Great Devourer Tyranid box set. I went through and I, of course, looked at all the different cards. I created notes for myself, so I jotted down notes about each and every card. So all of this, of course, is taking a ton of different time. I'm sitting there in Microsoft Word, jotting down endless notes about all these different cards. I went online to Card Game DB and other forums to kind of get a general feel for various cards. When I was first starting Conquest and I was doing all my core set videos, I'd scour Card Game DB for all the comments left on each and every card, just to make sure that if there were some sort of corner case or situational context specific uses for cards that players had thought up of, I didn't want to forget about those. So I would make sure that I've got all of that included in my notes. And then what I've started doing, just to alleviate some anxiety that I feel when I sit down to record a video just completely going off the cuff and riffing off of notes, is I've started writing scripts for myself. So my The Great Devourer script ended up being 36 single-spaced pages in Microsoft Word, so I wrote all of that out, which took a ton of time, I don't know, 10 or 15 hours, something like that. Probably, well, hell, 15 to 20 hours, who knows, just ballparking it. That was all said and done. Then I went through and I reread the script and I changed the phrasing. I tried to make sure everything was written in a phonetic way so that I could cue myself as to when to accentuate various points of speaking. Just stuff like that, like I typically incorporate into my videos. Lately, I've been trying to make sure that words like ultimately and nevertheless don't occur too often, so you can Control F to make sure that you replace those and blah, 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 and I can come off as intelligent. And anyways, once I've got the script written, I sat down, read the script. That ended up being like 5.5 hours of raw audio that I recorded over 5 or 6 different sittings. And then once it's all said and done, I just go through and I edit out things like, oops, okay, so that kind of like verbal mistake I just made, I would basically restart my sentence and cut out the initial piece of that sentence, so that it just all goes buttery smoothly and just sounds nearly flawless and immaculate when the listeners are listening to it. So I would say in grand total, that video, the longest video I've ever done, was probably 40 hours of effort from start to finish. The end product is something like 3.5 hours long. I've done similar videos with interviewing people where the video track takes a tremendous amount of time. Like, let's say I interview somebody and that takes an hour for the actual recording. I edit out things like and dead spaces so that the interview isn't completely boring to listen to. And you can tell that when I'm speaking and when I'm speaking now, I try to fill the dead space with these kind of like sound cues so that it's just a little bit more interesting for you to listen to. It's not boring. It's not deathly silent all the time. So depending on the interviewee, that can take 5 hours or so to do audio editing. Normally I'm very distracted. I'm eating or something while I'm doing editing, so it just adds to the time. But it definitely takes a lot of time. Paul Steiner, who runs the Conquest statistical database, he's got a kind of punctuated manner of speech, so he takes a little bit more editing than someone like the recent Australian champion Brendan Burns, for instance. So, no criticism to either gentleman. They're both extraordinarily articulate and eloquent, well-spoken, and intelligent individuals. One of them just takes a little bit more love than the other in regard to ensuring smooth and buttery listening. But that's quite a bit to do about nothing. In regard to how much playtime I actually get for Conquest, I definitely have opted to make videos above and beyond doing games, and because it takes much more time for me to play a game and then commentate over myself playing a game and then edit all of that together, it requires multiple video files to be rendered, for instance. I'd much rather commentate over other players watching the game, so I call myself an enthusiast. As much as I would love to be a world champion or a tournament champion, I just don't think it's realistic. Hopefully something that'll start to become clear over the course of this video is that I'm trying to live a very authentic existence where I kind of accept my faults for what they are, as opposed to just bemoaning my pitfalls and my weaknesses and shortcomings. So I have said to myself countless times, I'm going to hit legend in Hearthstone this month, or I'm going to become like a gladiator this season in World of Warcraft, player versus player, or any number of different things like that, where they're very lofty and plottable goals, but they ultimately aren't very realistic, just because I easily get distracted and discouraged, and I always end up falling short. So I'd like to think I have the potential to be a great player, but whether or not that'll eventually be realized, I'm not sure. For the moment, I'm just content to make videos as opposed to really play the game. And in doing all my core set reviews and everything else, my goal was really to teach myself how to play the game, and as I do that, I kind of create a glut of content that's very beginner-friendly, and hopefully kind of established myself as not a complete dumbass within the Conquest community. So hopefully that does answer your questions. To give a total number of games I play each week, I would say I probably play Conquest 1, maybe 2 times a week at most, though almost all of my free time is either spent exercising or playing, well, not playing Conquest, but creating video content for it. And speaking of exercise, our next question is by Hound Archon 59. He asks, you look buff in your old Facebook pic. Which warlord can do the most push-ups? And this is one of those funny, lighthearted questions, but in thinking about this seriously, because why not, just in taking a look at Baharoth, and of course I'm biased because he looks very light, he flies, thanks to the technology of the Eldar race. I can't imagine he would weigh very much. Granted, he doesn't have hollow bones akin to, like, a bird, but it could be Baharoth just because he's not having to exert a lot of force to lift himself up off the ground. But of course, Captain Cato Sicarius and Ragnar Blackmane have a monumental amount of muscle as Space Marines. They're genetically enhanced superheroes, so they could do quite a few push-ups, even though they probably weigh, maybe 300 pounds each, even without power armor. And then I also thought Colonel Strachan has his mechanical arm, which is essentially cheating, because until, it goes to the point of failure, it could, I suppose, indefinitely do push-ups until his flesh in the other arm just kind of gives out, so probably not Strachan. And then in regard to Nosdrag, seeing as how he's clearly like a cyborg knob, if he's more machine than fungus, I imagine, if the machine is just sitting there doing push-ups essentially indefinitely until its servos break or whatever else, then Nosdrag is definitely a strong contender. So I would say probably Nosdrag, especially considering his, non-animal anatomy is... It's not plant, it's not animal, it's completely foreign, so maybe Nosdrag, otherwise a space marine. Chris Terwilliger asks a question, and just a fair warning, this is going to get very personal very, very quickly, because in kind of biting the bullet, I'm going to get all this personal stuff out of the way early, just because it incorporates itself into so many answers I'll be giving for these other questions. Chris asks, "Hey, love your videos, keep them coming. I see that you just moved. Why was that? Also, how did you get into Conquest?" So, for those of you that do not know, I recently moved from Yakima, Washington to Ellensburg, Washington. I've done so to start a post-baccalaureate degree in dietetics. So I'm pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree in nutrition, and I suppose I'll kind of explain how exactly I got into Conquest in sharing with you kind of the story of my life. And it explains why exactly gaming and escapism and living card games in particular have grown to kind of give so much appeal or provide me with so much entertainment and satisfaction. So very early in life, I was kind of a heavier child. I was very intelligent, but I was always kind of socially awkward. I was a little chubby. I got made fun of a lot. And if people, if they didn't need help with homework or something kind of selfish like that, they didn't really want to have a lot to do with me. Through the process of elementary school through high school, I ended up making very good friends with a few other like-minded individuals, some young kids that liked to play video games. They liked card games and board games. We ended up getting really close. Some of my first experiences were playing Magic the Gathering with these friends. I always loved red and black decks for direct damage and unit sacrifice and destruction of lands, mana choking and strangling, all sorts of things like that. I also liked blue for its control elements, but really what drew this group of friends and I all together was just our love for gaming, our love for fantasy and science fiction, and mathematics. I've always done really well in school. I've made some very stupid choices that have held me back. For instance, I remember I once took a math placement test that I knew wasn't counting towards my grade. I didn't really realize what exactly the purpose of a placement test was, so I just marked down all random answers, and I ended up being placed in this remedial math course at some point, which was just extraordinarily beneath me. It was just a complete joke, and every math class I ever took from then on, and I eventually, went through Algebra 2 and Pre-Calc and all that stuff, but I was just a little bit set back in regard to my being in myriad other advanced placement classes. It just was a little bit tragic there. But this group of friends and we ended up experimenting with role-playing games. I remember character design was always the most fun aspect for me. When I was in high school, we eventually started playing Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition, 3.5. I started with advanced Dungeons & Dragons back in the day. My first ever character was a level 6 halfling thief named Severus McGee, and he ended up dying. He was blown out of a window or something and fell to his death. Some sort of magical spell blew him up, but I very much loved the character generation aspects. Stuff like mathematical optimization of damage per round and things like that. But long story short, Well, long story made slightly shorter, eventually this group of friends that I'd grown up being very close to my entire life had a falling out shortly after I developed my first romantic relationship with a girl. So when I was 17, I'd never kissed anyone before, I'd never done anything more than that before, and I made the very unwise decision of choosing a girl over friends, which would become a theme that we would see throughout the rest of my life. So I had a falling out with all of my childhood friends, people I'd known for 12 or 13 years, and unfortunately I still haven't really spoken to them to this day. I ended up getting close with a second group of friends in high school, and I ended up getting huge into World of Warcraft, and for anybody that's played that game or any other similar MMO, that's just a tremendous time vortex. So I essentially discarded one group of friends for another. Of course, that romantic relationship, my first girlfriend, that was very fleeting. It was a very crappy relationship. It was very kind of emotionally manipulative, and that's another unfortunate theme that my life has kind of followed. And I kind of lost myself to my new group of popular kids in high school. Somewhere along the lines, people had started to realize that I was not just, smart. I wasn't tremendously athletic by any means. I was still very out of shape, but I was very funny. I was very quick-witted, and people really enjoyed being around me. So I ended up going to a lot of LAN parties, playing Halo, playing World of Warcraft, whether just, by myself, quite literally living in my parents' basement, or just in person with friends. And the parents' basement thing, my dad is a civil engineer, and he actually designed my parents' house. And it's, picture like two fully functional homes, each atop one another. So the first floor has a kitchen, a living room, all that crap. The second story also is a fully functional home, so it wasn't quite as neckbeardy or grognardy as one may assume. But in any case, as college started, I ended up kind of moving away from one group of friends. From that new group of friends, I got really close with one guy. He was not really a great friend. He would play World of Warcraft with me all the time, but he'd skip college courses just to raid, and he'd still do something like last DPS, which was just horrible. And it was during this point in my life that I really learned what it means to be a, hardcore gamer, in that it was no longer acceptable for me to go AFK, walk away from my keyboard and make food while the rest of my raid in Warcraft cleared Molten Core, or God forbid Blackwing Lair, or something like that. So after I got booted out of my first ever hardcore raiding guild, which the guild itself went on to bigger and better things, I very much resigned myself to start doing, I need to be the top damage per second. I need to be the very best. I need to prove to everyone on the internet that I'm something special. And that's just kind of another hallmark of this obsessive type personality that I happen to have. But I started going to college. I went to Yakima Valley Community College in order to obtain an Associate of Arts degree in just general studies. I got that, no problem. I ended up graduating high school with like a 3.7 GPA. I was like 3.95 from community college. I went over to Central Washington University after kind of having a falling out with the very last remnants of friends I had at that point, and that kind of began a series in my life where I would really just have a girlfriend that I would spend time with and exclude any social life outside of that. So kind of a long history of unhealthy relationships for me, placing way too much like self-worth on the opinions of others, whether it was based on my like World of Warcraft performance, or whether my girlfriend found me like smart or funny or physically attractive, or whatever it happened to be. And of course, in my being kicked out of that guild, that kind of caused a falling out of a lot of real life friends that I had that were also in that guild, and we all played games together. So I kept playing World of Warcraft when I was going to university. I didn't really have any social social life at all. I had a girlfriend at that time that was in Seattle, Washington, so that was like a 2-hour drive. I'd go and see her pretty much every weekend, so my social life was essentially Warcraft and a relationship. I eventually wrapped up at university. Somewhere along the line, that girl and I ended up breaking up. It was not meant to be. She's now married to someone else. I am, lifelong single, hashtag forever alone, Hive Tyrant over here. But in graduating from my university, I was not valedictorian due to a technicality, since I was a transfer student from community college, but I had the number one academic rank of 4,616 students. So apart from Warcraft, apart from, the not really being social, I felt like I'd kind of perfected excelling in an academic sense without really trying more than I had to. For better or for worse, I never really did a lot of reading of my textbooks, but I definitely did a lot of cramming, and it seemed effective enough to kind of, cobble my way through college with doing relatively well compared to the rest of my graduating class. I ended up returning to Central Washington University for a Master of Science degree in mental health counseling, which I did obtain. At that point, I believe I was entirely out of a relationship. I didn't have any friends at all, really, and all I did was kind of cruise around on a few different forums. I think at that point I'd started collecting tabletop 40K minis. I'd experimented with painting. I wasn't very good at it, and as I'm sure you probably won't be surprised by, I was immensely frustrated with comparing, say, the latest models I'd painted to my original models, just because the difference in quality was so off-putting and clearly evident. I would look at my old work and just consider it essentially garbage. But I went and I did my Master of Science degree. I ended up doing a graduate assistantship at this time, so I would teach a course. I taught third and fourth year seniors experimental and behavioral psychology in a laboratory course. And I don't think I mentioned it, but my bachelor's degree was in psychology with a minor in general biology. So I enjoyed the lab session for what it was. I was really kind of put off by how my students didn't really try very hard. So I've kind of joked around, semi-joked around, about not having much faith in the future of humanity, but in any case, I eventually kind of made friends with some of my graduate class. I was very much entering grad school with the mindset, I'm just not going to make friends, I'm going to focus on academics, but I probably had the typical undergraduate college experience most people have during grad school. So I would go out on weekends and I would, drink excessively. I would party a lot. I would be ever so slightly promiscuous and just stuff like that. I started to get in shape for the first time in my life at about 23 from I won't say from birth until the age of 17, but this didn't change until 17. I was always heavy, like I mentioned earlier. I'm currently about just over 6'2", so just about 2 meters tall, and I weigh about 175 pounds. Off the top of my head, I can't quite divide that by 2.2 to get kilograms, but I'm sure you can do the math. So anyways, now I'm very much in shape, but at the point of being 17, I was the same height. I was about 55 pounds heavier than I am now. I didn't have an ounce of muscle on me, so at that point, I decided to lose a lot of weight, and I started to really focus on my appearance. I had a few different unhealthy relationships from the age of 17 to 23, and about 23, it ultimately culminated in me just kind of starting to internalize all of this emotional abuse that I'd kind of incurred at the hands of some really kind of twisted girlfriends that have just kind of said things in moments of, heated argument and in moments of anger and passion where they were upset with me and they knew exactly what kind of buttons would really get to me if they happened to push them. So it was a lot of kind of deprecating stuff, a lot of just things that really hurt my self-esteem, like I'm ugly, I'm fat, I'm not good enough for X reason or Y reason. A lot of comparisons like, my past boyfriend looked like this, why don't you look like that? Why aren't you this certain way? So I started to develop this really unhealthy obsession with eating and exercise that eventually culminated in, I suppose, my eating to this day could still very well be considered disordered. I essentially eat like the same thing day in and day out, but at one point, I'd gotten to the point where I was exercising for like 2.5 or 3 hours a day and then eating like an entire 12 cupcakes or just something insane. So rest assured, I had all sorts of weird anxiety, self-esteem problems. And as my Master of Science degree kind of came to a conclusion, I ended up having an internship. And at that point in my life, I placed so much of my self-worth on what other people thought of me. I allowed myself to make some very poor choices and get involved in a romantic relationship with a coworker and supervisor who I really should have avoided. It it ultimately corresponded with a very difficult time in that person's life where they were going through a divorce. There were all sorts of child custody arrangement problems going on for that person, and I kind of allowed myself to, like I said, make some very poor choices, and I became involved with a person that, in all honesty, should not have been involved with me at all. This person ended up experiencing a lot of drug use at this time, a lot of opiate abuse, so mixing pain-killing medication with psychiatric medication. The internship I happened to mention was actually at an inpatient psychiatric hospital, which was a big component of my finishing my Master of Science degree. So I went and worked with a lot of suicidal individuals, a lot of individuals experiencing intense hallucinations and delusions, and all sorts of just horrific things like that, just the absurdity of some of the things that the human mind can conceptualize, like I can scarcely begin to express. People that full well believed that there were ghosts in their room talking to them, or that they had, bugs underneath their skin, or someone sitting in a classroom I was teaching completely having, no idea what I was saying, and so lost in their own world that they were quite literally just sitting there masturbating or self-stimulating without realizing that there were other people in the room, without realizing that they were around other people. So all sorts of paranoia, all sorts of just crazy, crazy things, people trying to take their own lives, and it was my role as a therapist and counselor to try to get these people to come to terms with taking medication, to try to help lift them out of just pits of depression and help them help them in overcoming struggles with anxiety and all sorts of other things like that. But as my internship came to a close and my relationship with that coworker was maintained, eventually I made the poor decision to end up rooming with that person. So I went to Central Washington University in Ellensburg, Washington. I was born in Yakima, Washington, and this internship was in Yakima as well. So this person was going through all sorts of financial difficulties and financial struggles, and I thought to myself that it would be good of me to try to help them in a financial sense. I felt very invested And even though there were all kinds of warning flags going off, I made the decision to move in with this person. They would help me pay for rent. It seemed like it would make sense. At one point, I did genuinely care about this person, but kind of over the course of the next few months, I was initially promised employment at that internship, but once it came to a close, it just seemed like delay after delay after delay in eventually being offered that job. So there was no job prospect coming out. That person's life kept spiraling more and more into pits of despair and depression, and there was much more erratic behavior on their part than I'd come to expect, which at times became not just verbally aggressive, but physically abusive. So I was, struck a number of different times. I would have to talk her down from engaging in some sort of self-harm behavior. The police were called on my apartment multiple times, which to very quiet, mild-mannered, and meek me was absolutely horrific, having, police called at my house at midnight or something like that. It was just a completely traumatic and nightmarish experience. Having to pay someone to repair a hole in the drywall in my apartment where my roommate had smashed her head in just crazy anger and despair. Just in like a fit of rage, done some sort of like crazy self-harm thing. And I know this is going into a lot of detail, but it all kind of leads into how awful my life was at this time. So I was very much doing the disordered eating thing and the over-exercise thing in attempt to try to escape just torment from being around this person. I had no friends. I'd lost touch with all the friends I'd made in grad school because by this point we'd all either graduated or nearly graduated, so I had no high school friends, I had no college friends, no grad school friends. I didn't even really have any contact with coworkers from the hospital, so my internship was out. My only job proposition was working as a case manager with individuals experiencing homelessness, which wasn't very rewarding as a population, not to generalize or stereotype or anything like that, but the specific demographic I was working with seemed very reluctant and reticent to become incorporated into social services like I was trying to incorporate them into. So my job experience absolutely sucked. It was exhausting doing all of that exercise. I think I looked fantastic. I'll go ahead and insert a picture into this video at the moment of how I looked at my height of leanness and physical fitness, but I was doing the binge eating thing, which was horrible. My home life was just absolutely absurd, so I really hated every aspect of my life, with the sole exception of one thing. I had kind of dabbled in painting. I'd lost interest in tabletop 40K, as I'll explain in another question someone asks, and I had kind of dabbled in the StarCraft board game by Fantasy Flight Games. I'd painted half of all the miniatures included in that game. It was something like 400 minis in total. I think I ended up painting like 216 miniatures. I was very happy with how that turned out, and one day when I was perusing Fantasy Flight Games' website, I stumbled across the announcement of the Lord of the Rings living card game, and it was advertised as something that, unlike Magic the Gathering, was the LCG format, so there was no chasing cards. You simply bought each pack once, and then for the rest of your life, you'd have each and every card. Certainly you had to buy 3 core sets if you wanted, 3 copies of each and every card, but that beat the hell out of something like Magic the Gathering in my mind. And because you could play it solo, that struck me as absolutely perfect because I didn't have any friends whatsoever, and it just seemed a fantastic opportunity to kind of indulge my predilection for fantasy. I didn't really have a tremendous fondness for the Lord of the Rings intellectual property, but I did like it, and solo games sounded perfect, and I sort of turned my obsession onto that game. I loved the fact that you could play it cooperatively just just because in high school I would tend to pick up a game and obsess about it until the point where if it were a competitive or adversarial game, it wasn't any fun for anyone to play against me, because if I knew absolutely every aspect of a game and they didn't, the likelihood that they would win was very, very low, and the likelihood that I would win myself was very high. So it kind of created this ultimately punishing experience where for people playing games with me, it just wasn't very fun for them, it wasn't very rewarding, and even though I was a really good sport about, not being an asshole when I did win, I just didn't very often lose. Like playing Super Smash Brothers and stuff like that, the number of times that my friends would actually beat me was practically zero. So it was just, I suppose, speaking well of that game, just in how good it must have been that people kept playing with me. But solo sounded great, cooperative sounded great, LCG model sounded absolutely fantastic. So I started obsessing with the Lord of the Rings living card game. I started writing these exhaustive product reviews for Amazon.com, and to this day, if you look up the Lord of the Rings the card game core set on Amazon, I believe myself, user The Light Darker, has the #1 top-rated review, and as I mentioned earlier, I ultimately wrote like a 36-page script for my Tyrant Great Devourer box set review. It was just a fantastic opportunity for me to kind of pour all of my creative and academic preferences and interests into one little masterpiece of a product review that would cover all the different cards. It would talk about the premise of the game, and I could just kind of obsess over each and every little detail, each and every little use, and it kind of allowed me my first opportunity to really share something I loved with other people. I'd done dungeon mastering and game mastering before, but this was really the first time I'd ever gotten a chance to participate in a community. And seeing as how my home life was just as miserable as I described it as being earlier, this was just great because all of a sudden I had these internet friends. I'd stopped playing World of Warcraft at this point, so I didn't even have online friends, but now I had a community. I had this sense of belonging. I'd started to establish myself as, user The Light Darker, and as a podcast began very early in the Lord of the Rings living card game, it was called Cardboard of the Rings, and two hosts, Brandon and Andrew, just got in front of a microphone and kind of casually, in a very funny but Lord of the Rings fan style manner, they'd kind of share their love, their speculation, their passion for this card game at that point upcoming with listeners. While I was at the gym for hours and hours each and every day, I listened to all of their episodes many, many times, over and over again religiously. I quickly became their biggest fan. And when the podcast came to episode number 10, I ended up doing a guest spot, and then not long thereafter, I ended up joining that show. I was able to produce show notes for them. I was able to talk about my opinion of cards. I was able to play the game by myself or with a couple times my brother. I would do I would play two different decks cooperatively, running up against the artificial intelligence controlled encounter deck, which is how that deck ran as a solo game. You just play against a deck of cards. So I was able to share those experiences with people. I would be able to develop a presence in a online community, and it was just absolutely fantastic. I got to be creative. I got to be mathematical. I got to do everything I'd come to know and love for a game that I was really passionate about. But eventually, all the real-life business kind of culminated in a big dramatic series of events in which my roommate, my romantic relation at that point, I'd very much, kind of lost any interest in her in a romantic sense just because everything was such a horrific, nightmarish, just series of events. It was so miserable. The only thing I could do to escape from that situation was really just funnel all of my time and energy and efforts into my job, which I hated, so I really just focused on that Lord of the Rings card game to the exclusion of all other things. So one fateful day, she ended up, my housemate mentioned that she'd received an eviction notice from our landlord, which she had been hiding from me. And I was just horrified, as I'm sure you can imagine. And it became a very, very long day in which she, at one point, became extremely inebriated, had paired that with anti-anxiety medication, antipsychotic medication, and for those of you that aren't aware, psychotic or antipsychotic, psychosis refers to either some sort of presence, which are things normally not there, like if you're hallucinating, if you're seeing things that aren't actually present in reality, or if you're delusional, if you believe things that aren't actually founded in reality, or if there's some sort of deficit, like a person with schizophrenia that is catatonic or something like that. There's just something missing that most people happen to have. So antipsychotics are normally a medication someone takes to prevent things like that. So she was stacking all kinds of different psychiatric drugs on top of painkillers, on top of alcohol. She was in an angsty, depressed, anxious rage directed at me, directed toward the unfairness of her life. She ended up driving to my parents' house where I'd kind of taken refuge because I wasn't willing to be around her. Our eviction was due to the frequent police calls, and she was, screaming, yelling. She was physically violent in the past toward me, so in trying to protect myself, I'd removed myself from the situation. The landlord kept calling me, saying, there's all kinds of screaming and all sorts of stuff coming from your apartment. What am I going to do? And I kind of bargained with him to work with him. I explained the entire thing about the eviction notice going unnoticed, entirely hidden from me. But my housemate drove to my parents' house. She ended up smashing and breaking their screen door, practically breaking down their door, sending me close to, God, I must have had 100 missed calls, 30 or so missed text messages, and eventually I ended up getting some text messages that led me to conclude in the middle of the night that my housemate had tried to kill herself. So I ended up contacting the police. It seems as though she had overdosed on medication. She was hospitalized, and I used this opportunity to get all of my stuff out of that house. I, basically removed myself from the property. The landlord had made a deal with me where if I had taken care of a number of different things, I wouldn't have an eviction or anything like that showing up on my record. So I essentially removed myself from that situation when I had the, tragic yet in some sense convenient opportunity to do so. My housemate, who was a therapist herself, ended up involuntarily hospitalized in a psychiatric sense, and from that day forward, her and I have never had any contact with one another again, with the sole exception of, maybe running into one another at a grocery store or something like that, and then just kind of doing the whole awkward, I'm going to pretend like this person doesn't exist type thing. But in dealing with all of this insane drama, really, of course, my sole sense of escape was Cardboard of the Rings podcast, the Lord of the Rings living card game, and unfortunately, I had, a couple great years with those people, but we ended up receiving a lot of scathing criticism that we weren't serious enough. As I'm sure you can probably tell from my channel, I kind of pride myself on being very thorough, being very professional, and even though I don't claim to be an expert about this game, and I don't claim to be an expert on Lord of the Rings, although I was certainly a better LOTR player, I think, than most, and I'm a better LOTR player than I am at present a Conquest player, something that I feel like I earned over years and years of actually playing that game and obsessing about that game and talking about that game with anyone that would tolerate me. But over the course of those years, we started to get a lot of criticism for not being serious enough. and I would kind of get generalized or lumped in with our other hosts that were more joking, that we basically had no idea what we were talking about, and a lot of the other hosts kind of brushed that off, but I was always very susceptible to criticism. Like in past romantic relationships, if a girlfriend would be angry at me and say, like, you don't look like this fitness model on this magazine cover or something, I would be offended and frustrated with that, and I would be bitter and anxious and doubt myself, and I would strive to look like a fitness model. As stupid and ridiculous as that sounds, I was once a much less mature gentleman, and it was something that I very much internalized, and I was very susceptible to negative criticism. Even if it was unfounded, it still hurt. And I started to think, what could I do to be more serious, to be taken more seriously by the community, to really give myself more creative control? I was just a co-host on that podcast. I was not the main host. So I was kind of doing someone else's song and dance. By no means do I have any ill will or spite or anything but the utmost respect for Brandon and Brian and Andrew and the rest of the Cardboard of the Rings crew, but it genuinely hurt me when people would leave comments kind of degrading the podcast just because I felt responsible and I felt like I could somehow be doing a better job. So even though I had these incredible memories, including 2 trips to Gen Con, holding special listener events where I actually met some of my fans in person, I started to just kind of build up a little bit of frustration, and it ultimately struck me, what if I were to start my own creative endeavor? And I thought of this thing called the Lord of the Rings Living Card Game Progression Series. And the premise of Lord of the Rings was every month you'd get a new adventure, you'd get new player cards, you'd get a new AI-controlled encounter deck to play against, all within the context of a scenario or quest that would kind of link together to form some sort of cohesive narrative. So I thought to myself, why not start from the very beginning with the core set, run through those quests, and then pretend as though as each new chronological adventure pack, the LOTR version of a Conquest War Pack, came out, I'd review the cards, I would play through that quest with a friend of mine, and I'd demonstrate to the world what my thoughts were of those cards, what some decks were that I designed to beat those quests, and all sorts of stuff like that. So it wasn't exactly a podcast, but it was my first foray into the video realm to try to become more of a content creator myself. So, under the Cardboard of the Rings banner, myself and a gentleman named Matthew Dempsey started this series, and at this time, Cardboard of the Rings started to kind of get even more hands-off than they were before. Like they would do more off-the-cuff style card reviews, put a little bit less effort into preparing for each show, and it didn't exactly draw resentment, but I felt a little bit of frustration that I was this, over-the-top, ridiculous level of prepared, when I was essentially kind of the only person that was going to such ridiculous lengths of bothering to prepare. So it ultimately kind of came down to our second Gen Con trip, where it really started to become evident that people felt as though some toes were being stepped on. I was releasing videos so fast and furious, similar to how I'm doing for Conquest now, that I'd effectively taken over the Cardboard of the Rings Facebook page, and Brandon was kind of considering whether or not he should even continue with the podcast, because at that point my video series had covered essentially everything that Cardboard of the Rings had, albeit much more quickly, much more in-depth and exhaustively, and I'd kind of caught up to current content. So whereas we'd gone to Gen Con, had our incredible listener event, met fans, which was just incredible. I could scarcely comprehend going from having no friends whatsoever to having people from all over the world wanting to meet me. One of my eventual co-hosts was a gentleman from Australia, and he came to Yakima, Washington, in part because he was, visiting each and every state, seeing the world, but also because he wanted to make my acquaintance and get an opportunity to meet Mitch from Cardboard the Rings, which was just absolutely mind-blowing. But it all ultimately came down to, Brandon decided he didn't want to stop Cardboard of the Rings. He reached out to me. He said, obviously, there's some sort of, hard feelings here. There's conflict. I didn't even have the courtesy at that point to wait until Cardboard of the Rings could do their podcast episode about Gen Con. I felt inclined that the progression series, since Matthew had gone with me to Gen Con as well, I felt that we needed to get that coverage out there, so he and I created a short video talking about our own experiences, and in a lot of ways, I totally understand how Brandon saw that it seemed as though I was trying to undermine Cardboard of the Rings and effectively replace him, just because I was starting to cover the content before the podcast itself had the opportunity to. So in a very real sense, I was kind of biting the hand that had fed me, kind of made me into the person that I was. And when Brandon finally kind of reached out to me through email and laid all these concerns out onto the table, he by no means intended for things to happen the way that they did, but I just felt like such a tremendous asshole. I felt such a monumental amount of guilt that I just felt I could not go on, I should not go on, and I just completely abandoned my progression series. I totally stopped making videos. I stopped producing Lord of the Rings content for months and months and months, and during this time, I think I was maybe eventually working at the hospital where I'd done the internship, so I had a girlfriend at that time. I was relatively happy. I was still dealing with all kinds of lingering insecurities. Our relationship had gone through its ups and downs. It seems as though we'd get close to breaking up, then things would be better than ever before. I'd learned some lesson, I'd learned something about myself, something about being in relationships where things would look up, things would look great, but then things would always slide a little bit backwards, not nearly as bad as they had been before, but it was kind of this cycle of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, that eventually destroyed that relationship, which, in all honesty, it's probably the closest I've ever been to asking someone to marry me, and I guess at that point, I had lost that relationship, I lost Cardboard of the Rings, I'd lost the progression series, and I stopped playing Lord of the Rings. Slowly but surely, I enjoyed my job at the hospital, working at the psychiatric hospital. I'd finished my master's thesis by this time. I'd gotten my Master of Science degree, but that in and of itself was also a frustrating experience. Mental health counseling in the United States happens to be the lowest compensated master's degree requiring profession, and I never really cared about money until I had a few different nurse coworkers really kind of rub it in my face that they were sometimes making twice as much money as I would for having half the amount of education. So it didn't bother me at first, but slowly but surely over the years, as they would get raises, as they would get promotions, as they would get opportunities to advance their careers, I was not afforded any of those opportunities. I wasn't even able to accrue supervisory hours in order to try to get a licensure to start a private practice or something like that. And eventually, I remember this announcement happened the very day that I beat Diablo 3 for the first time. We received the announcement in a special hospital-wide meeting that they were going to be closing our psychiatric wing, and of course that meant that while all of the nurses were going to be staying on, they didn't actually close the wing. It turns out myself and a great many others were going to be laid off. So at that point, I really didn't have much to fall back on other than just video games. I ended up getting a job at the employer whom I worked for as a case manager working for the homeless. So that first job experience wasn't really anything to write home about, and this second job experience working at a newly opened psychiatric unit meant to replace the one I'd worked at the hospital was just, I mean, it was an indescribable nightmare. Any kind of unethical, illegal thing you could potentially imagine happening at a hospital either did happen or could have happened. It was just horrific. Never in nearly 4 years of working at an inpatient psychiatric hospital with a tremendous number of extremely violent individuals, including someone that smashed a clock off the wall and used the plastic shards to lacerate themselves to the point of practically dying from blood loss. There was an intense number of cases where there were some extremely violent individuals involved, but I was never struck. I never came close to being physically assaulted myself. And then as soon as this new facility opened up, we didn't have any security. The staff were not well trained. No one had any idea what in God's name they were doing. And I was struck repeatedly. There were multiple suicide attempts. It was just an absolute nightmare. I know I've overused that term, but I can scarcely begin to express how just unsettling and deeply disturbing and just wrong everything going on at this facility was. And it was really one of the only job in my entire life that I've quit, apart from having to move for school. And this just kind of fueled into this enormous period of depression in my life. I've not necessarily always been just a gleefully ecstatic and happy individual. I've always had very few friends. I've always been relatively unhappy in my relationships. To the best of my ability to really honestly think about it, I've only ever had one healthy romantic relationship, which unfortunately, due to that back and forth ebb and flow of maturation a little too late, that ultimately kind of came to a close. So I didn't really have anything to, not to be dramatic, but nothing to live for, nothing I felt passionate about. I had given up Lord of the Rings. I'd given up pretty much everything I cared about. I was unemployed. Eventually, I thought to myself, maybe I'll go get into a career of nursing. I started a channel called the 10th Nazgul at one point, which was supposed to be my return to the Lord of the Rings living card game, and I did that for a while, but that ended up getting really frustrating just because in doing that endeavor with another person, I felt like I had to do a lot of compromise in a creative sense, and because there was so much incredibly labor-intensive video editing going on, like I mentioned earlier, it was something like 40 hours to do my Tyrant faction review. While I was in the process of taking prerequisites for nursing school, I was trying to do the 10th Nazgul thing, and for the progression series, the premise was we'd play through every scenario released for Lord of the Rings in series, and if we didn't end up winning one, then we would go back and redo it. But I'd still release a video of the loss, and if each video, let's say, took 6 to 10 hours start to finish, every time I lost, well, it wasn't a big deal and people still enjoyed those videos. It was an incredible amount of self-imposed, entirely arbitrary effort on my part because I would feel, like, God, I just spent all of that effort, I spent all of that hard work, and it was all in vain. I wasn't able to advance the series, and then a news article would come out on a mostly weekly basis by Fantasy Flight Games, and I would feel this just compulsion to have to make an article review as quickly as possible. And at this time, I was taking some very difficult prerequisites, not difficult in the material is hard sense, but a lot of tedious memorization, anatomy and physiology, if anybody has taken that before. So it was a lot of time investment more so than genuine intellectual strain. And it was also pressure from my dear co-host, Matthew, just because he didn't want to always play power decks. He wanted to play fun new things, but if we didn't play the most absolutely powerful and ridiculous deck, that meant we didn't have the best chance at passing a scenario, and there were multiple times where we would lose videos during recording to technical difficulties. There were several times in playing against an artificial intelligence controlled deck that we would make mistakes. We'd miss something because there were a million different triggering events to keep track of. I was trying to make the videos exciting, so that distracted me from the gameplay. So if I ended up releasing a video and there was some sort of game invalidating mistake, like during the refresh phase of round number 2, you guys forgot to increase your threat value by 2. So that means later in the video on round number 6, this enemy would have engaged with you when it otherwise would have sat there in the staging area. So you would have had to deal with this attack, and that means this ally would have died, and then this would have happened differently. So because of a million different things like that, whenever I did produce a video, I just felt this overwhelming amount of anxiety, like, oh my god, I'm going to wake up in the morning and the comment section is just going to be full of people flaming my videos, and I do not to this day understand why, but there were a couple specific individuals that seemed to follow everything I did just with the sole intent of shitting on every piece of content I ever produced and just flaming me, and I would ask for feedback or criticism, and they would say something to the effect of, I'd give you feedback, but that would be like throwing coins to the swine or something like that. So there were cultural differences at work, but there was also just this underlying fundamental rudeness and assholishness, which I just did not for the life of me understand. And all of that kind of combined into just making my return to the Lord of the Rings living card game into this extraordinarily unsatisfactory, unpleasant experience, and I, for the second time, abandoned that game, and with one recent exception, I've not actually played a game of the Lord of the Rings living card game since February of 2014, so I took a 19-month-long hiatus up until just recently. Matthew and I put out a video for the Grey Company podcast YouTube channel in which we got back together for old time's sake and kind of made a video for my old fans back in the day just to celebrate the old times, the simpler times. But once again, without Lord of the Rings to entertain me, I didn't have anything in my life I enjoyed. When the time came to go to nursing school, I made the decision to move back home to save on rent. And when I started nursing school, it was just not what I had been hoping it was. It was not intellectually stimulating. It was not difficult. It was not interesting. I felt as though I had no motivation to learn the material. I distinctly remember two different things stand out in my mind. One, my professor said I had tried too hard on a paper, and that just absolutely blew my mind, that I had a professor say I was putting too much effort into something that would have potentially developed into a career where people were entrusting me with their lives. I just found that appalling. And then I also had another experience where a different teacher in like a lab class asked me a question and I didn't know the answer, and I wasn't embarrassed because it was a difficult question, but it was just because it was something simple and I could not will myself to care enough to actually read the material. And at that point, my obsessive exercise and my obsessive, disordered eating was probably at its all-time height. I had started an antidepressant medication for like the second time in my life, and that was causing me to have like involuntary muscle contraction and vomiting and all sorts of horrific things, and that was something I'd experienced at the psychiatric hospital, and it all just kind of struck me as this enormous wake-up call, like, what in the hell am I doing with my life? So I discontinued that medication, and for the first time in my, for one of the first times in my life, what felt like the first time in my life, I decided I'm not going to just keep doing something out of obligation. I'm going to drop out of school, which I like to joke about because obviously I'm an excellent student, as I mentioned before, top of my class in grad school, top of my class in undergrad. And, now I'm college dropout from this associate degree in nursing program. But I gave up that program. I started to get my life back on track in regard to trying to figure out what exactly is it that's going to make me happy. Unfortunately, in hindsight, I did do some sliding backwards, but in all of these different periods, I've never slid back quite so far as I was previously. I've always matured. I've always developed some better sense of self or understanding of self. So for a while, I kind of lost myself to depression, despair, and routine. At one point, I got in the habit of where I was not just exercising for 3 hours a day, but I would go to the local buffet almost every day and just sit there and eat and eat and eat like endless salads. So it was like very low calorie, but a just monumental amount of food, and I would sit there and just listen to podcasts and just suffice it to say it was not good. But some of those podcasts I'd started to listen to were Warhammer 40,000 Conquest podcasts. I did not initially get into Warhammer 40,000 Conquest because I felt number one, the Tyranids were not released, and I found that to be a tremendous deterrent because that was my beloved tabletop faction. I never really got the chance to play the game, but I did collect them, I did paint them. I love the Tyranids above all other factions. I like a tremendous number of the others, but I have a soft spot in my heart for Tyranids and always have. So originally there was no hint that they would ever be included in the game, and I turned off my attention to Conquest. I had thought about starting some sort of content for Star Wars, the living card game, but I was tremendously turned off by that game. Conquest, in hindsight, is everything I wanted Star Wars LCG to be. Eventually, it was revealed by Fantasy Flight Games that the Tyranids were going to indeed be a playable race, and therefore I decided, okay, I'll give this game a second chance, I'm gonna look into it, and that happened to coincide with Brandon from Cardboard of the Rings, with whom I'd very much lost touch out of horrible, crippling guilt and frustration with myself. He started an online competitive league with Brian Ruptash and Scott Armstrong, of who I now know to be part of the First Planet podcast. Steve and Parker, who were part of the Actions at One podcast, were also involved in that tournament. And Elizabeth Millette from the Tactical Squad, and maybe a couple others, they were also involved in that tournament, as well as some of the current podcast hosts for Cardboard of the Rings. So that tournament really provided an impetus, a bit of stimulus to get me to actually play Conquest, and it was a game playing against Steve. He was playing Zarather. That really kind of, made all the difference when it, made me pull my head very much out of my ass and kind of slapped me in the face with, Conquest is a fantastic game. You really need to pay attention to this. This is everything you could ever want out of a game. The universe it's based in is absolutely fantastic. You know that you love Warhammer 40k. Conquest is kick-ass. It's practically perfect. It's not, immaculate, but it is damn near close. And for a game that hasn't come out that long ago, it's a pretty much perfect product. And even though it bothered me that I believe at the time of my starting the Hive Tyrant, all 6 first war packs had indeed been released. After that game with Steve, I immediately bought 3 core sets, even though I didn't have any hope of ever playing the game with anyone else in person. I bought 1 copy of each war pack, and I was very much bought into the game. I knew that I missed my community so much, and I figured that, I was sick to death of the binge eating. I was sick to death of the endless exercise. And I decided to sit down and create the Hive Tyrant. And the very day that I started this channel, that was the first time, and I've not gone since, that I'd not gone to that buffet. And although I've since readopted exercise into being part of my daily life for about like 2 months, I only went to the gym like 1 day a week, which was again the opposite part of the extreme, but I suppose now I've started to strike some sort of balance between conquest and exercise and some, I suppose you could call my online presence a social life. But I'm also now, once again, back into the academic sphere. So I'm currently at least interested. I'm going to school for nutrition. I feel like it's probably a better mix. I've got the background in therapy. Go figure that people with nutrition issues often struggle with body image, with depression, with anxiety, with self-perception. So I'm still trying to overcome some of my own personal demons. But as I've moved to Ellensburg, as I've started to accept myself for who I am, as I've started to adjust to this notion of maybe the Conquest community isn't going to come out and hate my guts in the same way that some certain people within the Lord of the Rings community seem to, I've started to accept myself. The Conquest community has been absolutely nothing but accepting. I've met, tournament champions, world champions. I've had an opportunity to speak to Brad Andrews, the developer of this game. I've come to terms with who I am in a physical sense. I've come to terms with how much conquest content I should cover. I've accepted my body for its imperfections. So definitely a very roundabout way of going about answering your question, but to you and to all of my listeners out there, thank you very much for bearing with me through that very long, very personal, probably very unnecessarily detailed explanation of my life story, how I got into living card games, and how I'm now involved with Conquest. But suffice it to say, those are all the reasons why Conquest is as appealing as it is to me now. I'm sure more details will become abundantly clear as I move on to answer the remainder of our questions throughout the course of this video, and hopefully, if nothing else, that'll provide a fascinating bit of insight and context into how exactly I approach answering all of the rest of these questions, and hopefully helps you to understand a little bit more about why the Conquest community is as appealing as it is. The game is great, the community has been nothing but warm and inviting. I've made some incredible friends. They're too many in number to even begin to enumerate, and at this point I feel like I've started to strike a bit more healthy a balance between exercise, between having some modicum of a social life now that I've moved, and now as I'm starting to pursue a new degree in nutrition, hopefully all of that is going to come together in eventually meaning that I'm going to be satisfied in a career sense, in a leisurely sense. And seeing as how I'm in a new college town that's ripe with, intelligent, attractive, well-spoken, and interesting, fascinating young people, for all I know, maybe I'll even meet someone in a romantic sense. And through, myriad different factors, my life is all going to come together and everything is going to be absolutely perfect. But I suppose with all of that said, on to our next question. All right, our next question is by Alpha5099, and he asks, do you have any thoughts on the recent acquisition of Legend of the Five Rings by FFG? Personally, I'm quite excited to try out FFG's take on the game as an LCG. Never played the CCG, but it always looked interesting. see how the fairly active L5R communities mesh with FFG fans, and see if we might be able to siphon some of those fans into the other LCGs, as some of them are no doubt interested in getting a feel for what to expect from FFG when the L5R LCG finally arrives in 2017. That was a lot of acronyms, but in regard to my personal thoughts about the L5R LCG, I do not really have any. All that I know about the game is basically what I've gathered since that announcement. It sounds like it was a very interesting game. It sounds like it was a game that a lot of people really enjoyed, but seeing as how there was rare chasing and all sorts of other things that are kind of the hallmark of collectible card games, that has kind of been a deterrent for me, so I think it's going to be great that it'll be an LCG. Just like with all the other LCGs, I definitely don't look to be covering it myself. I think it's probably a good pickup for FFG. It comes right before the news that the Call of Cthulhu living card game is actually canceled. So I suppose we've seen 3 canceled LCGs now. I'm sure L5R is going to be great, but the only experience I've personally had with it whatsoever are maybe a couple promotional cards here and there from something along the lines of like a Scry magazine back when I was big into Magic the Gathering as a youth. And that's pretty much that. In regard to potentially drawing new players to Conquest, I think that's entirely possible. Some people might check out this game to see what a competitive LCG is like. I don't know what L5R plays like, so I can't speak to any potential similarities. It does seem as though each and every subsequent LCG is better than the last. Like the rules reference guide absolutely destroys anything that Lord of the Rings could have possibly hoped to bring to the table. Like the depth of those rules, the intricacies there are just incredible. Warhammer 40k has everything that I was hoping the Star Wars living card game would have, so I can't imagine that L5R is going to be like a refinement of Conquest. If it is, maybe I'll look at it, but I definitely don't really have any interest in the intellectual property, just like for the same reason I don't have any interest in Android Netrunner. I'm not tremendously interested in feudal Japan. I'm not really interested in cyberpunk or anything like that. Even Neuromancer, the famous, critically acclaimed novel, just didn't exactly do it for me. So I wish L5R the best, but I just really don't know. But we have another question by Vaughters. I believe a frequent opponent of Sam Mann on Octagon, a dear friend of mine, Sam Mann, definitely one of those pillars of the community that I've mentioned earlier that has just become a huge source of camaraderie and friendship for myself. So Sam, if you're listening, shout out to you, good buddy. But Vaughters asks, I enjoy your content, enjoyed it so much I started posting my own videos. And do be sure to leave a comment below where people can go to view those. But he goes on, though I have far less insightful content and not the greatest editing skills. Well, that sounds entirely subjective as to whether or not you are more or less insightful than I. Not the greatest editing skills, not a problem. He finishes up his question by asking, my questions for you are these. I talk about how you used to play LOTR LCG, what made you get out of the game. Also, do you still collect and paint 40k minis? So honestly, it was nothing but crippling amounts of guilt that drove me from Lord of the Rings, the living card game. I felt horrible for stepping on Cardboard of the Rings' toes. I felt awful about essentially stealing Brandon's thunder. I still love the Lord of the Rings living card game. I think it's more complicated, more intricate, more rich, and interesting than it ever has been before. A couple weeks back, when I decided to play a game with Matthew to celebrate the good old times, the deck I played had so many card interactions going on that it was just an enormous cry from the days of the core set, the days of the Dwarodelf cycle, and against the Shadow cycle that I really knew best. So I still think it's a stellar game. It's in a better place than it's ever been. Caleb Grace and Matthew Newman, or Matt Newman, they're both great guys. I feel as though the design team is fantastic. I think it's very funny that Caleb and our very own Brad Andrews occasionally have lunch together and are co-workers. It's like two different worlds of mine meshed together, but I have nothing but respect for LOTR. I think it's great. So guilt keeps me from it. I still collect all the cards. In fact, today I'm going to be picking up my copy of the 4th adventure pack of the Angmar Awakens cycle, I believe it's called. Also, do I still collect and paint 40k minis? Unfortunately not. I decided to stop collecting 40k minis, in part, I mentioned earlier the frustration with painting, but also because when the 5th edition Tyrant Codex came out, I had painstakingly, spent hours and hours and hours by hand painting all of these models, and apart from the huge financial investment, like each Carnifex in my army was like 50 or 60 bucks. 2 of my Carnifexes were immediately no longer table legal to be fielded. They were equipped with barbed stranglers and heavy venom cannons, and in Tyrannid Codex 5, all of a sudden that biomorph configuration was no longer legal, so a huge portion of my army was immediately illegal, and due to codex creep, like the power increasing steadily with each and every new rulebook, I just felt very frustrated, very burned, and decided, screw this, I'm gonna get out of the hobby. So to this day, I still love seeing professionally painted 40k minis, but I stopped playing the game. No 40k local player base, of course no Conquest local player base, means I can't really do either locally, so frustration with painting, frustration with codex creep, all that stuff, bad combination. But our next question is from Igor Treskunov. He asks, first of all, please accept my congratulations on this achievement, and thank you very much. My question is, what are your expectations about Necrons? Who will be their warlords? What are their features? How will they interact with other factions, etc.? So, from a lore perspective, I really know next to nothing about Necrons other than there are Tomb Worlds, there are Catan, they are essentially Terminators that resurrect. They're very, very difficult to destroy. They used to phase out in the tabletop game, but they no longer do. Recently, their entire lore or fluff or backstory was retconned. In regard to features we might see for the Necrons, I could very well see army units with shield icons, especially if we see like recursion from discard pile type effects. Like I could see I think they're called like Necron Lords or Tomb Lords that return units to play. So I could see discarding units as shields only to subsequently return them to play. Maybe not a tremendous amount of attack power, but unlike token warlords, maybe just weaker units that are easy to bring back onto the battlefield, maybe a little bit of a dearth of command icons as a result. So I could see something like Commander Shadowsun where it's like reaction, bring a unit back to play from your discard pile or maybe back to your hand. We know that the Necrons are going to ally with any faction. We don't know exactly how that's going to work. But I could see some mechanics like that, and then maybe something like Gauss rifles stand out to me. In the tabletop game, it's like if you roll a 6 on a d6, I believe, at least at one point, a Necron Gauss weapon would be able to score a wound on any target regardless of armor or ballistic skill or anything like that. So a lot of like just weak Necron warriors could potentially take down a super heavy or a Titan or something like that. So maybe we'd see some sort of like unpreventable damage, like weak units with, that avoid shield icons or something like that. So Not exactly sure, but definitely am curious to see what Brad decides to do with those. Mr. Magic 1295 asks, "Hi, I'm Carter. I'm probably one of the, I assume he means youngest Conquest players ever. I am 13 years old and I love your videos. Just a couple questions. What warlord do you use the most in tournaments? What warlord do you use the most in casual gameplay?" So, I laid out earlier that I don't really play Conquest all that much. I've very much taken to calling myself an enthusiast as opposed to expert for that reason. I typically play like Ragnar Blackmane when I feel like engaging tryhard mode for serious games. I really like the damage output associated with that warlord. I like some of the relocation elements once I manage to master those, but I also like Eldorath quite a lot. Just in the fact that he can tap out enemy units. I love the Wild Rider Squadron. I like the idea of mobility, so Baharoth is conceptually cool. In regard to Tyranids, the kind of namesake of this channel, I definitely like the Swarm Lord. I would love to get better at the Swarm Lord, but I just can't help but kind of worry about just the frailty of all those tokens. And in effect, like Captain Cato Sicarius generating a resource token from each and every token destruction really makes me a little bit nervous. So maybe once there finally comes a day when I'm a more competent player, maybe I'll eventually come around and give the Swarm Lord a shot. I've actually still yet to play Tyranids, as sad as that is to say, but I do love to spectate. I've seen both of our Tyranid warlords in action. Old One Eye is cool, the Swarm Lord is cool. I love the Tyranid playstyle. It definitely seems like it's for a bit better player than I am at the moment, but there's no reason not to try. Our next question comes from Mike Debonis, or Debonis. He says, "Congrats on the milestone," and honestly, thank you very much. So, I have a couple questions for you. What made you decide on the Hive Tyrant for your name? Must have been hard to choose. Also, what made you decide to start making content for this game? Thanks. So, previously, when I did the Lord of the Rings content and I did the podcast Cardboard of the Rings, I got the nickname the 10th Nazgul somewhere along the line. There are 9 different ring wraiths, one for each ring given by the Dark Lord Sauron to each of 9 different mortal kings. They eventually fell to corruption, succumbed to the lure of evil and the ring and power. They were corrupted, they became ring wraiths. Clearly there are 9. I don't know if people just think I'm evil or corrupt or what exactly the reason was, but Brandon, who is just a linguistic quip genius, very nimble tongue, very sharp intellect, and a keen mind in that gentleman, he called me 10th Nazgul once, and that just stuck, so eventually, when I created my own Lord of the Rings channel, I went with the 10th Nazgul. For the Hive Tyrant, it's kind of punchy. I love the Tyranids above all other factions. The Carnifex, or Old One Eye, didn't really sound right. The Swarm Lord was a strong contender, but I'm more a fan of kind of the unknown Tyranids. They don't really have identities or personalities, and things like Death Leaper, the Red Terror, Old One Eye, the Swarm Lord, I totally understand that they're like maybe a different species than, say, a Carnifex. Like Old One Eye is a refinement, a different species of the same Carnifex genus, perhaps. But I just wanted to go with something generic. The Hive Tyrant has always been a really strong model. It's an HQ choice, so it's like a commander. Typically in the tabletop version, they have like wings and are super cool. They have twin-linked devourers, so they like shoot these worms that, dig through people's skin and burrow through their cardiovascular system and their tissue and their muscle, and they get into their brain and they just eat all the neural tissue, and it's completely disgusting. So Hive Tyrants are badass. I think the Hive Tyrant is a nice enough name. I'm a bit of a tyrant in real life, as I'm sure my dear friend and former 10th Nazgul Progression Series co-host Matthew Dempsey can attest, so it seems fitting enough for me. And then in regard to why make content for Conquest, I've laid out the community is fantastic. No one has been anything but warm and inviting, and it's just been an incredible experience thus far. Even when I was just learning, making my core set reviews, nobody said anything very asshole-ish, and I've actually taken the liberty to try to extend the olive branch and incorporate into my channel content some people I haven't exactly gotten along with at one point or another, just to try to head off any sort of enemy formation. Like, all I want to do is make friends. All I want to do is keep generating awesome content for this community that hopefully is beginner friendly, it's expert friendly, and frankly, I'm just grateful that experts haven't come in and picked apart my, very novice, inexperienced commentary with all the core set stuff. I've got quite a bit of, chops, I guess, established for myself in reviewing all the LOTR stuff, but of course the context is completely different when it comes to Conquest reviews, and really I think what holds me back the most, most evident in my inexperience of actually playing the game, is in a lot of my early reviews I didn't really consider very much with how cards will interact with the planet layout. So, like, Siren Zithlex is good, don't get me wrong, but if you can use Planum to relocate her, she goes from maybe good to not broken, but goddamn good. So, just little differences like that. And then in regard to making content for this game, what's not to like? It's easy to play, but it's difficult to master. There are a ton of different choices. It's a deck-building game. There's incredible strategy. The universe is incredibly rich. The planet layout means that no two games are identical. Your victory condition is always going to be different. There's a predictable, in some sense, board for you to play on, but it also has unpredictable elements. It doesn't involve bluffing in the same sense that Star Wars does. Star Wars has, I don't know what it's called, the Force Struggle or something like that, where you can discard a card and do something, and I just really, that was not doing it for me, but I just think the individual card effects are elegant in their simplicity. There's so many warlord options, so many faction options, there's so many cool cards that just drip with flavor. There's army units and attachments to make those units better. There are events where you can surprise your opponent. You've got the opportunity to save some of your cards for shields, to kind of throw a wrench in your opponent's math. Everything is rooted in math. The initiative token goes back and forth. I could go on and on and on, but this game is like my cream dream when it comes to some sort of strategy game. I love StarCraft. I love Advance Wars. I love Final Fantasy Tactics. This is a thinking person's game, and it is a masterpiece. So, if I don't already spend enough time kissing the development team's collective ass, consider me just absolutely enamored with and in love with this game. So I think it is fantastic. But our next question comes from a gentleman or gentle lady named Shinpai. He or she asks, "Hi, do you have any tips for a newer player? I have 10 games under my belt and I'm loving it. And I'm definitely not the number one person to ask, but seeing as how I've spoken to many tournament champions, a world champion, the development team, people that play hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games of Conquest, people that play 3 or more games a day, people that play 10 games a week, I really think that what I've gathered and what I can say from my own experience gaming is I would try to absolutely maximize the power of your deck. If there's a card that is cute, if you enjoy it, but it's not doing something that you don't want it to do, cut it out of your deck. I guess let me preface this by saying I think it's very important that players try to have fun first. That's always should be number one. But as someone with a bit of a power gamer mindset, I think you should try to build a deck so that all of the components work together essentially flawlessly. For example, if you've got resource acceleration effects in your deck, but you're finding that you always have an unnecessary amount of resources, then cut out some of those and try to compensate for some of your deck's areas of weakness. Try to maximize the value of each and every card that you play, and try not to be excessive unless you absolutely need to be, in which case I don't really view it as being excessive. For instance, in maximizing value, if you have initiative at a planet, you in general don't need to be putting your ranged units there. Always make sure that if your opponent has no command units at a planet, you put a 1 command icon unit when possible at that planet. If they put out a 2 command unit, try to use 3 command to either beat them or, break even with them. Don't do something like, okay, my first turn is going to be a recon drone played at some planet. Try to always surprise your opponent. Try to make your last deploy action something surprising that they aren't expecting or have to deal with. Try to use your events when they're going to make the utmost difference for you. Don't use crushing blow to kill something that's trivial. Always think about combat math. Know what to expect from your opponent's deck. If you're up against a Space Marine player and he has a bunch of cards in hand and has 2 resources, he very likely has a drop pod assault, so know what you could expect: an Honored Librarian, a Blood Angels veteran, any number of other different units. Don't stack a bunch of allies unnecessarily at the same planet if you're running up against a Space Marines player because he might play an Imperial Fist's Siege Force. Try to use actions during the deploy phase to give yourself more information, because the earlier your opponent passes, the more opportunity you'll have to just go crazy, setting yourself up favorably for the command phase. So don't fight battles you don't need to win. Don't use attack value unnecessarily. If you can kill an opponent's unit with an attack of 2, that's better than attacking with an attack of 4. Try not to use shield cards unnecessarily. Even in spectating excellent players, I'll see them use a shield card for a unit that'll eventually die at that battle, and it's, in that case, just an absolute waste. Try not to have a bunch of dead cards in your hand. Be careful about including limited, unique cards in your deck, all sorts of stuff like that, and definitely, probably more so than anything else, pay attention to the battle abilities of planets and make sure that you always know where your opponent's victory condition is. For example, if you put a big nasty elite on planet number 4 and your opponent wins the battle at planet number 2 and routs your unit at planet number 4, then that sucks. So be very well aware of what your opponent can do, and if you don't need to block your opponent from winning a planet, or you don't need to win a planet to fuel your own victory condition, if you're not interested in that battle ability, then don't bother fighting a battle there. It's not any one fight that wins the war. So just a few tips, but those are my thoughts. Do with them what you will. And of course, if anybody has any thoughts in the comments section below, feel free to share. But our next question comes from Aurum Lux, and he asks, I decided to rework this comment and ask something new. For each faction, what sort of warlord would you like to see? It can be anything you want within reason. And thank you very much for adding that clarifier. I wouldn't want to, just off the top of my head, to design something completely crazy. So he gives his list, and I'll give my list in a faction by faction basis. So he says, this would be my list: Space Marines, Grey Knight, elite focused perhaps? In regard to Space Marines, one of my pet favorite chapters happened to be the Lamenters. I know their color scheme is yellow, and the reason I like them so much is that they were nearly driven to extinction, to the brink of being completely extinguished and wiped out by the Tyranids. But in all seriousness, I wouldn't mind seeing something from maybe the Imperial Fists. I do like yellow as a color, but the Imperial Fist Siege Force is cool. I know the the Imperial Fists are all about siege warfare, urban warfare, so maybe something to do with like hit point bonuses or defense effects. Chaplain Mavros heals away damage, but maybe we could see units gain hit points, hopefully not temporarily, but either maybe they gain like passive armor or something like that, like shield icons that always function on their card. For the Imperial Guard or the Astra Militarum, he says Magos or Magos, an Adeptus Mechanicus, high-ranking member that is attachment-focused. The Adeptus Mechanicus I don't really know too much about. I don't know much about the Machine Cult or any of that stuff. Attachment focus, of course, makes me think of Commander Shadowsun. I'm not sure how exactly you could make it different enough, but interesting. The Space Marines don't really have much, attachment type stuff apart from like Nocturne Ultima Stormbolter or Godwin Pattern Bolt Pistol. So I could see something like, Chainsword being very Space Marine, but in regard to Adeptus Mechanicus, I guess I think more like weird Tech Marine contraptions and spider type tanks and things of that nature. But for me, Imperial Guard screams a tank commander, so maybe similar to Gorzad, we see like expensive-ish vehicle signature army units, and then hopefully maybe we see some resource ramping type effects to make elites a more viable gameplay option, just because we want to be able to see Leman Russes on the battlefield deployed by our AM tank commander. For Orc, he suggests maybe Flash Gits, someone with a big shooty theme, and as much as one can never have quite enough DACA, I think I would maybe go for someone more Choppa focused. So maybe, as much as I don't like commandos and camouflage, I could definitely see the Orc faction kind of screaming for someone that has a really strong command presence. So maybe something more assassination focused, maybe sniping off enemy units, like something along the lines of an invasive gene stealer where they maybe deal damage when they come into play. For Chaos, he suggests Black Legion, Chaos Undivided, Unaligned, General Balanced Theme, so kind of a generic Chaos. I suppose I'll pick our only unrepresented Chaos God as of yet in Warlord form and go with something Slaanesh. So I really liked the novel in the Horus Heresy series that focused on Fulgrim's, spoiler alert, downfall to Chaos. He very much embraces the temptation of Slaanesh, similar to Tyler Thompson of the Conquest podcast, and I couldn't really think of anything too crazy clever about Slaanesh, just because it's so bizarre. There's so much unusual sexuality, and in that novel I remember there's a scene where an artist is using feces and body fluids and blood as artistic media, so there's just a lot of absurd, strange pleasure, sensation-seeking stuff when it comes to do with Slaanesh. Like lots of noise, lots of sex, maybe not so much like violence, but just, and maybe not even torture, but just, I think sensation-seeking is Slaanesh in 2 words. So maybe some sort of beneficial effects that require you to nevertheless take damage, just like, we see, I want to say it's like the Doom Siren, where the unit basically destroys itself to deal out a bunch of damage, something along those lines. For Dark Eldar, Aurum Lux mentions he doesn't really know. He says, I sadly don't know enough about them to be sure what to ask for. Really, the only thing I know about Dark Eldar, other than what we've already seen, and the fact that they generated Slaanesh itself, is I could see maybe something more firmly tied to Chaos, but I thought maybe something more interesting would be some Mandrake-themed warlord, just because Baleful Mandrakes are interesting. They have something called Shadow Skin, which essentially allows them to kind of blend into shadow or into low light, is my understanding, kind of like a Predator from the movie Predator, a Yatja, invisibility cloak or curtain, maybe something to do with moving units from planet to planet so that they can engage in multiple battles. I'm not sure how you'd make that different enough from Baharoth to still be interesting, but maybe something like Hunter Gargoyles, Wild Rider Squadron on a signature unit, or Warlord. I think could be pretty interesting. For Eldar, he suggests a Harlequin, potentially Warlord Hunter, and I really don't like the more light-hearted elements of 40k. Harlequins, of course, there's a sinister aspect to them, but they kind of look like circus performers, and that strikes me as a little bit too close to being light-hearted for how I prefer my grimdark. So I'm definitely going to have to suggest maybe some sort of Eldar direct damage thing, like our alternate art card for Eldorath. He's blasting out some sort of psychic lightning, and that just screams to me some sort of direct damage Farseer. I'm not exactly sure how you would do that to make it interesting and different than, say, Zarather and his host of chaos effects, but something along those lines would not be unwelcome, and I think Eldar and Chaos are far enough away from one another on the alignment wheel that it could be interesting. For Tau, he suggests a Kroot commander, non-Tau, Tau-aligned unit focused, like Kroot and Vespid. And I suppose I must have glanced over that last word when I was first reading his question, but I think a very underrepresented species within the Tau Consortium or the Tau Empire are the Vespid. So I was thinking maybe some kind of warlord that grants bonuses to units, but returns them to the hand at the end of the phase. I believe that's how some of the Sylvan Elves function in the Lord of the Rings card game. They're kind of after my time, but I could definitely see... the Stingwing Swarm is a strong ranged attacker, but apart from that, I don't think we really have any other Vespids. Just giving it mobile would be way too similar to Baharoth, so maybe something like they just completely return to your hand at the end of the phase. For Tyranids, he says the horror of Zalantar, and a cursory Google search has revealed nothing for Zalantar, but he suggests a unique Zoanthrope area effect, perhaps, and I love the idea of Zoanthropes. They're probably my favorite Tyranid unit, maybe trumped by Hive Tyrants, maybe trumped by Neurothropes, which were a new Zoanthrope leader unit added since I stopped playing since I stopped collecting tabletop 40k, and I was thinking maybe something along the lines of the Doom of Malantai, which is actually an incredibly powerful Zoanthrope named after an Eldar craft world, which my understanding is that it destroyed entirely. The reason I like Zoanthropes so much is they're completely alien. They're unlike anything else. They don't even have eyes. They're just floating claws and brain tissue. I definitely like the idea of area effect. I love direct damage. I was hoping one of our Synapse units would indeed be a Zoanthrope along the lines of a Rotten Plague Bearers, and the Blazing Zoanthrope is pretty much my perfect envisionment of what a Zoanthrope would be, so I can't really see how you would make a Doom of Malantai very different. I can't imagine what exactly your signature army unit might be, like maybe a Neurothrope War Leader and Zoanthrope army units, but it would have to be some sort of direct damage or maybe otherwise some sort of like indescribable horror type routing effect or unit movement type effect, but the Swarm Lord already got that psychic ability, so maybe some sort of like... Well, I guess in regard to events, I could see something along the lines of Indomitable for the Tyranids, just because Zoanthropes are able to create, shields of manifest psychic energy to protect themselves, but I suppose something along those lines for each of our different factions would be my personal preference. Our next question comes from Stinger MK2, and he asks, your videos are very well produced. Do you have a background in production, or did you pick up your skills covering the card games you love? Unfortunately, I do not have a background in production. I very much wish I had the skill to create some sort of snazzy animated intro. I was just tickled when I finally ended up getting like intro music for my MP3 format versions of some of my interviews and deck deconstructions and all of that business. But in regard to a background in production, no, I just picked up a copy of Sony Vegas and kind of tinkered with it. I've got a copy of Photoshop that I screw around with. Normally, I kind of get an idea in my mind, and then I just Google or YouTube search until I figure out some approximation of how to do what it is that I'm interested in doing. So generally, I don't figure out how to do something until it comes time for me to do it. And that's pretty much that. Editing is basically just kind of trial and error. And I'm sure people ask some more detailed questions about my editing process a little later on, so I'll go into more detail there. But really, it's as simple as just kind of putting different layers atop of one another to construct some sort of image or graphic in Photoshop, and then the same exact thing goes in Sony Vegas. You can just control, like audio, you can break down into the 30th of a second or less, and then I just kind of control everything so that breathing sounds natural, so that if I have to splice 2 or more different sentences, that it all sounds natural. So just trial and error and noise reduction with Audacity. Having a decent microphone. I suppose I've had this for maybe 2 weeks now, but up until recently, I was using the same $20 USB microphone for the past 10 years. So it doesn't take much to put out pretty decent content, and that's really that. But our next question comes from Scott Watson, who says, "Hello, I'm Scott. Thank you for all your hard work, and you're very welcome. Your videos are very helpful in learning the game. My question is how involved, if at all, you were in the Warhammer 40k miniatures, and if so, do you prefer the card game to the miniatures, and why? My other question is whether you are a big lore person, or are you more into Conquest for the game?" Thanks again. So, in answering this question, card games save an enormous amount of money. The last Tyrant model I ever painted was a Trigon, which is a big burrowing worm. We've seen a version of it, the burrowing Trigon, in Conquest, but whereas the Great Devourer itself will cost you $19.95 from miniaturemarket.com, a single Trigon is something like $60, and you know, it's an amazing model, it looks beautiful, but the amount of money one saves from playing a card game is absolutely insane. I love the fact that also with a card game you can collect everything, like I can have a Trigon, I don't need to spend $60 on it. Pyrovores are terrible, or at least they were in the tabletop 40k version, but they look pretty badass, so I'd like to have one. But do I want to spend $20 or $30 on one, or do I just want the card? So the card game is way easier to get into, you don't have to assemble the models, you don't have to paint. All those different things are why I prefer the card game, plus there's the incredible strategic depth. 40k is it's not a strategy game. There is some strategy required, but the incredible amounts of dice rolling introduces such a huge element of chance into the game that I'm just not comfortable playing it at a, say, tournament level. And the amount of time that the game takes is incredible, and you're investing so much money in models that you have to hand paint that if they get damaged, if the paint gets chipped, it just completely sucks. I mean, I've got a copy of the Space Hulk board game, the original Blood Angels Terminators versus Gene Stealers Space Corridor horror game. That's very strategy light, but I coughed up the money to get all of my miniatures professionally painted, and even then, you know, they've got little spots where they're missing paint just from transportation. I don't even play with these things. Like, if you haven't already figured it out, I don't have any local friends to game with, so having never actually played with my minis, they're still missing little flecks of paint here and there. So as a perfectionist, that just frustrates the bejesus out of me. And then in regard to, am I a big lore person? I definitely love the lore. I don't know that much about it. I'd be eager to learn more, but I'd frankly rather keep putting out videos for Conquest, keep appeasing and entertaining our community, potentially luring in new players, than I would be say, reading a book or something like that. So I'll definitely have to do more audiobook listening. Certainly I spend enough time in the gym, so I suppose I could give podcasts a break and listen to some more 40K novels. The only frustrating thing is that I hate listening to abridged content, and it seems as though every 40K novel is abridged. I don't mind dramatized, but when you cut out a lot of the content, it just seems kind of, I don't know, like it just appeals to the masses and it loses some of the appeal. The intensity is not there. But I have read some of the Horus Heresy novels. I am sick to death of how cliche zombies are, but just the incredible lengths with which some of the authors go to describe like the Nurgle content just blows me away, and I absolutely adore it. So 40K as a universe is incredible. Conquest is great. Tabletop 40K is beautiful. I respect the hell out of people that, buy into that game and do the hobbyist thing, do the modeling and painting thing. But ultimately, it is just not for me, and the Hive Tyrant would no longer exist if he were all about modeling. So I suppose I can't do everything, but I'm definitely a card game guy. Arumnus Q asks, I believe Fantasy Flight should pay you a salary. And don't I wish. You have caused me to spend so much money on Lord of the Rings and the Conquest living card games. Your videos are very informative and entertaining, and I swear I didn't, write this myself. And I hope you have continued success here and in life. My question is, do you still play Lord of the Rings with Matthew, or have you asked him if he would be interested in this game? Your progression videos I still watch to this day over and over and would love to see a reunion at some time. Well, between him asking this question and between me releasing this video, I did release a Lord of the Rings video with Matthew for old time's sake, available at the Grey Company Podcast's YouTube page, so I very much hope you enjoy watching Matthew and I playing through very casually Intruders in Chetwood, I believe it's called, in regard to potentially working for Fantasy Flight Games. I think that's a dream of a great many people. I've heard that employment by a game company is very much a mixed bag. I think it's great in theory, but I think the reality probably leaves a little bit to be desired. And as much as I love Conquest, it would be very different doing it as a job. I believe I would still love it, but at the same time, I've done a little bit of playtesting for some games in the past, and when you suddenly have access to everything at once and a lot of the mystery is gone, all of a sudden you have to meet project deadlines and all these other things, I think it stands to lose a little bit of its appeal. But if Fantasy Flight Games approached me tomorrow and said, hey, do you want to work with Brad designing for the game? I would probably give it a shot, in all honesty. Not saying I'm a great card designer. I definitely haven't experimented with it much. But if they were to do that, that would be great. I think my dream in regard to Conquest would be commentating some big event or getting some sort of exclusive coverage. Before Brad actually came onto my show and did an interview, I'd never had the opportunity to give out a spoiler card before, so that was an incredible experience. It was awesome interviewing him. I'd never interviewed a developer before. I'd spoken to some, but never done an interview for a hobbyist channel, and the spoiler thing was awesome, so I'd love to commentate. I'd love to work for Fantasy Flight Games. I think a lot of people would say that. Do I think it's realistic? Probably not, but I'd like to do it. I feel like I'm a decent enough writer. I could edit. I've got quite a few different degrees behind me, even though they're not necessarily relevant. So in regard to the other questions, I'm very flattered that you still watch the progression series. At the time of my releasing this video, I've made something like 80 different videos for the Hive Tyrant. I've maybe done, 60 or 70 Lord of the Rings different videos, so it seems as though Conquest has managed to surpass Lord of the Rings. I'm not opposed to an occasional Lord of the Rings game, but, my heart now lies with Conquest. I just can't help but feel as though this old man, I'm 29 by the way, this old man is just out of touch with the youth of today's Lord of the Rings. But That's pretty much that. But let's see here. I suppose our next question happens to come from Kevin Warrender, and he says, "Congrats on reaching 500 subscribers," and thank you very much, Kevin. He says, "Do you keep in touch with the COTR, Cardboard of the Rings, guys at all, and have you faced off against Brandon in Conquest yet?" So I'm friends with Sean Swidajewski from Cardboard of the Rings. I'm friends with Brandon from Cardboard of the Rings, as well as Jared Hunter, my Australian friend I mentioned earlier who came to visit me, who is also one of my co-hosts on Cardboard of the Rings. So we're still Facebook friends. We like one another's statuses. We keep in touch in that sense, but we don't often interact directly. We never really get together to play games. It's funny that you ask, have I faced off against Brandon in Conquest yet? And he was actually the first experience I've ever had with this game. I was playing Eldorath. I net decked a tournament quality deck. I had no idea how to play it or the game itself when Brandon played me. And of course, if you know Brandon, he was not going to go easy on someone who'd not played the game before. It probably doesn't help that I've established myself as a bit of a tryhard, a bit of a natural power gamer. So he played his, tournament-worthy Ragnar deck that he'd played several times before, and he absolutely crushed me into the dirt. I remember thinking that Honored Librarians were absolutely invincible, Crushing Blow was just broken, and I remember thinking that Blackmane Sentinels were the most frustrating thing imaginable. But even after that crushing loss, Conquest was such an impressive game. I was so floored with the immense strategic depth. I was so locked up with analysis paralysis that I just could not help but slowly start to see just how incredibly rich and deep this game was, and my love for it kind of started beginning there. But our next question comes from Jared Lusev, and he says, "I'm leaving this comment so you know to set aside a Sicarius card for me, winky face. But, as an actual question, do you find that the game does or does not provide enough resources to make taking higher cost cards a worthwhile use of deck space?" So I think that elites are viable, albeit in extraordinarily limited numbers and in specific situations, and of course that's limited to very specific cards. And of course the problem is that elites are not optimal. As I'm sure is abundantly clear to a great many players, there are very easy ways of removing specific units, like Archon's Terror. It costs 2, it effectively removes a unit from a battle. If you lose a 6-cost unit, that's a much greater blow than if you lose a 3-cost unit or a 2-cost unit. The more individual units you have, the more different command struggles you can win, the more resources you gain, the more cards you draw. So elites are not preferable, even though they are powerful. So for that reason, I would like to see some sort of resource ramping effects. I would like to see more counter or removal type cards that focus on a non-elite target. Things like Deception can't return an elite to your hand. Archon's Terror can't target a unique unit. And then things like Indescribable Horror, the Swarmlord signature event, you have to have some sort of other condition. Like you have to have 8 Termagants or 8 Tyranids present at a planet if you want to spend 2 to banish a Black Legion Helldrake. So, I think elites are viable. They're just not optimal. They're not ideal. They're not the best. Pasta Sorcerer, which is an incredible name, he asks, "Thanks for your videos, and you're quite welcome. I have a question. May I call you Hive for short, or do you prefer Tyrant?" Grin emoticon. And you can just call me Mitch. Mitch works. I think Mitch is a very difficult name to say. The meh sound is really unpleasant, in all honesty. So I would prefer being called Mitch over the Hive Tyrant or Hive or Tyrant. I have a friend from the United Kingdom. He's a very curious young gentleman, and he actually says, "What's up, Hive Tyrant?" How are you doing, Hive Tyrant? And it is the most awkward thing I've ever experienced in my life, so I think Mitch will suffice, but thank you for asking. And George Tinkham, part of the hopefully soon upcoming Hive Mind Collective, and who's been featured several times in Octagon gameplay videos and the Subject Omega X 62113 Warlord-centered community spotlight interview asks, Dear Hive Tyrant, do you go all natural in maintaining your Adeptus Astartes level of physique, or do you take supplements? If you do, what is your favorite and why? And this is a hilarious question, but in all seriousness, I tend to cycle between synthetic testosterone, sometimes I take nandrolone, stanzolol, oxandrolone, occasionally I'll experiment with winstrol and injecting trinbolone, but because the side effects are really bad, I get really bad acne, I try to avoid that one, but in all honesty, I'm entirely kidding. As someone who's worked at a hospital in the past, I have had a number of nurses offer to set me up with someone they know that would be very willing to provide me with, say, injectable testosterone and anabolic steroids, but I have no desire to be a superhuman athlete. And in all honesty, if you have a local health food store or a GNC or anything like that, if you're one of the places in Washington that will not shut up about trying to sell you Advocare, the only health supplements, the only, exercise, athletic supplements that are demonstrated to actually improve performance, first off, do your research. I'm a guy on the internet, some asshole who calls himself the Hive Tyrant. Like, don't listen to what I'm saying, but always be skeptical. Always question everything. If someone is trying to sell you something, if they make wild promises, they're probably too good to be true. But the only effective supplements I've seen in researches, like the International Journal of Exercise Science and whatever it's called, all sorts of stuff like that, peer-reviewed articles. Caffeine, if you've heard of caffeine that's in coffee, that will improve reaction time and things like that. It improves alertness. Creatine monohydrate happens to actually be demonstrated to increase recovery and performance to some extent in an athletic sense. And then like protein, go figure you need protein to build muscles. You don't need an insane amount of protein, but you need a positive nitrogen balance in order to build up tissue. I suppose just while we're on the topic of exercise, I will say it's extraordinarily difficult for people to, get toned. You can either build muscle or you can lose fat. Your body doesn't really excel at doing both at the same time. Something that's held me back from being like a big, bulky, crazy, muscular, shredded powerhouse throughout my life is just terrifying fear of getting fat, so I tend to undereat and overexercise, and as a result, despite a ton of weight training, I'll go ahead and toss up a fairly recent picture of myself. I'm not nearly as big and built as I could be just because I'm terrified of getting chubby, and lately I've, lost the ultra ripped six-pack that I had earlier in the other picture, just because I'm, trying to find some sort of balance in life. Like, what good does it do if I get hit by a car tomorrow and die, whether or not I have, six-pack abs or something? So I've definitely come to have a much better body image. My self-esteem is no longer tied to looking like a fitness model on a magazine cover. And, just another little thing while we're on this soapbox here is a fitness model. Think of someone where it's their job to be superhuman in appearance. They're going to be super muscular, super lean. Maybe they spend 6 weeks preparing, dieting down, crazy strict. For a single photo shoot, they manipulate their fluid balance within their body. I drink way too much diet soda, so I always feel bloated just because I'm always retaining so much fluid. These people aren't exactly starving themselves, but they're getting down to, say, 3% body fat, 5% body fat, which is just absolutely ridiculously shredded. The diet is extraordinarily strict. Maybe not. They're abusing some sort of steroids or performance enhancing drugs. They have a professional makeup artist. They have a professional Photoshop artist just airbrush the bejesus out of their photo. And it just all kind of comes together with perfect lighting, with perfect nutrition, perfect training for this one magical moment when the stars all align. They've got their pump going from exercising. They take all those pictures, or they're in a film, and then they're forever immortalized as some like superhuman. And then people like a less old, less mature, less, I don't know, sophisticated, more gullible me look at people like that and they just get frustrated, they just get self-loathing, and they just get aggravated. So be healthy, be happy, try not to be obese. My family has struggled with, health and all that stuff, cancer, heart disease, all kinds of that garbage. So just be healthy, just love yourself, be happy with who you are, exercise regularly. You don't have to be like me and exercise every goddamn day, but don't piss away all of your money on supplements. If you want to piss away money, feel free to go to patreon.com/thehivetyrant and help pay for some of my MP3 file hosting expenses, for Christ's sake. So I definitely cannot recommend any kind of ridiculous supplements. But now that we're off my soapbox and moving right along, we've got VTech83 who says, "Hello, Tyrant. My name is Peter, and I'm here to ask one simple question. WTF is the water speed velocity of an unladen FFG boat?" And while I totally understand and appreciate the Monty Python reference there, I think judging from when I started playing Conquest, we've seen the release of one single expansion. So from Warpack number 6 of the Warlord cycle to the Great Devourer was approximately, let's say, 4 months from China to the United States. In just doing a cursory Google search, Tacoma, Washington is maybe a couple hours drive away from where I'm at. China to Tacoma ends up being 5,821 miles. The Tacoma port is the 8th most popular in the United States or the world. I forget, I didn't include this in my notes. So let's say 5,821 miles divided by 130 days means about 44 miles a day, which means about 1.9 miles an hour while these boats are fully laden with product. But unladen, who knows? Obviously, it's not practical to have these boats not carrying any product at all. This is a joke question. Why am I spending so much time on it? I don't know, but thank you for your question, VTech83, and thank you for your saying hello. Monkey Foo asks, how many Gene Stealers could a Gene Stealer chuck if a Gene Stealer could chuck Gene Stealers? And throwback to our child rhymes of yore, I suppose Gene Stealers seem relatively light and very strong relative to their size. Certainly they don't have too much trouble tearing apart Terminators with only their rending claws and not scything talons, so I believe that a Gene Stealer could potentially chuck several, if not many, Gene Stealers until inevitable muscle failure, once they run out of, their calcium stores and all that business. Simp the Great asks, and what's your favorite faction? So in all honesty, and I'm not just saying this as someone who chose to name themselves the Hive Tyrant before our Tyrannid faction was released, but spoiler alert, Tyranids are genuinely everything I was hoping they would be as a faction. I'm not exactly comfortable with them because they're a little bit complicated with the infestation mechanics, with trying to make sure that those tokens aren't a liability, with trying to make sure that Old One-Eye's damage reassignment and regeneration abilities aren't also a liability. I like Space Marines because they're strong, they're simple, so they're very new player friendly in a sense. Chaos has a lot of potential for fun, what with their incredible DPS bursts, their very high damage output with Zerathur, their durability with Kugoth, and the competitive power gamer side of me loves the Dark Eldar simply because they have the statistical logistical advantage, even though I've personally never played as Packmaster Kith. I love the control aspects of the Eldar. I love Baharoth's mobile. I love Commander Shadow's Sun theoretically, but again, I'm not sure I really like the Tau. I was never a big Gundam Wing fan or Robotech fan. They're all right, but they never really scratched me in the same way that some other things do. I'm not a big cyberpunk guy. The Astra Militarum sound fun in theory, but they have a very high likelihood for user error, and because I'm not completely comfortable with this game, I think I'll stay clear of them for now. And then kind of the same thing for orcs. A lot of likelihood for things to go wrong, kind of the swing for the fences, high potential to be strong, but also a lot could go wrong, and so that's a bit of a deterrent, but I'll definitely say probably Tyranids, or maybe you consider it boring, but Space Marines, until I become a little bit more competent, in which I'll be sure to give the Tyranids a much more of my time. Lyndon Inglehard asks, are you excited for Warhammer Quest, the adventure card game? Frankly, I don't really know anything about it. I have heard that it's, I think, a cooperative card game, in which case I like it. It's kind of a pseudo LCG is my understanding, and I don't want to talk too much about something where I could be completely wrong about it. But I think it's like a card game where they're going to release occasional expansion content, so I can't honestly say I'm excited for it. It's probably fun. I think Warhammer Fantasy is interesting in theory, but I just really don't know much about it. I like it in that it's Warhammer. I'm curious about Warhammer Total War coming out. I'm normally not much of one to get on the bandwagon for new PC games. I'm very much a Blizzard fanboy, and will love those games probably until the day that I die, but I'm not a Crisis guy. I've never played a Gears of War game. I've played some Halo fairly recently. That was huge when I was in college, but I like Nintendo. I love Pokemon Shuffle on my 3DS, but apart from that, I'm kind of a dyed-in-the-wool Conquest guy. Koran or Rain happens to ask, hiya Mitch, my question for the Hive Tyrant is this. If you could make up your own Warlord and Signature Squad cards to fit into Conquest, what would they be? And if there were any question to convince me to write some notes out for myself before trying to take on this interview, as if I wouldn't, let's be real, this is me speaking, it was this question. So let's think about it. A Warlord and Signature Squad. I mentioned earlier the Doom of Malantai was something that I really liked. I think maybe he could have a signature army unit functioning like a Rotten Plague Bearer, but that's very, very similar to the Blazing Zoanthrope Synapse unit we've seen, so I took a different angle. I'm biased in that I love Tyranids, so let's go ahead and do a Tyranid Warlord, something we've yet to see. That means an HQ choice, translated from the tabletop game, like Broodlords or HQ choices. Old One Eye is now an HQ commander choice, and of course, the Swarmlord, a unique Hive Tyrant, is an HQ choice. Let's go with a Trigon Prime. So it's a big, burrowing, enormous sandworm, kind of along the lines of Dune, something horrifying like that. So Trigon Prime, maybe you could work in some Shai Halud joke or something like that into the flavor text or in his signature squad somewhere, but I was thinking combat action, move to an adjacent planet, maybe limit once per phase, and you can't trigger more than one battle ability per round. So, something like that could potentially be okay. Maybe 2 attacks, 7 hit points for a signature army unit following the burrowing Trigon type theme. I was thinking maybe a larval Mawloc or an ambushing Mawloc. And the Mawloc as a unit was something introduced as like an alternative configuration for the Trigon model. So you bought the Trigon kit, but you can make a Trigon or you can do a Mawloc. so it's very similar in structure, but some of the pieces, like the head and the tail, are interchangeable, and then you put on the arms a little bit differently when you're building the model prior to painting. So for this larval or ambushing Moloch, I was thinking something maybe like a cost of 3, 1 command icon to attack, 3 hit points, so it's not crazy good in regard to its stats, but reaction: after an enemy unit at an adjacent planet resolves an attack, you may move larval or ambushing Moloch to that planet, limit once per phase, and deal 1 unpreventable damage to that unit. And I was thinking maybe something along the lines of the graboids from Trimmers. So the Moloch is all about bursting out of the ground, a deep strike into enemy territory, and just dealing out damage as it explodes out of the ground. And I figure you could maybe do that in a signature army unit. It's sort of similar to the invasive Gene Stealer in that it's not entering play to kill off units, but it's definitely responding to enemy movement, so kind of cool. Don't know if it would be broken or not. For an attachment, maybe something like, and this is kind of a lame card, but Gaping Maw, +1 attack to a deep strike unit. So maybe the Trigon Prime would be a deep strike burrowing unit. The Molochs would be deep strike. Maybe it's cost 0. You can discard it from play to shed 2 points of damage from an attack. So you could discard it as shields. You could use it as an attack bonus. And then if you need to, you could, burrow your unit in order to shed a couple points of damage off of an incoming attack or something. Not super cool, but you know what? I'm not being paid to design the game, so I'll put more thought into, this game when there's satisfying players on the line. And then so far as the signature support, how about after a deep strike unit resolves its attack, exhaust that support to move it to another planet. So it maybe bursts in, maybe it attacks, and then maybe it goes to another planet to participate in a later attack. Maybe that would be free. Not great, but following that burrowing theme. And then how's about a signature event, Terror from Below, which is kind of like a throwback to XCOM, another fantastic strategy game. I played Unknown, but I missed the original when I was young, which is probably good because maybe among all the crises I've had in my life, the frustration from that game would have been enough to push me to do something self-harming. But anyways, Terror from Below, cost of 2, search your deck for a deep strike unit, cost 3 or less, and put it into play at target planets. So it's similar to Drop Pod Assault, it's similar to Spore Burst, it's similar to Gift of Isha and Infernal Gateway, but it's different. You put a unit directly into play. I don't know what other kind of deep strike burrowing units there would be, but, you're saving a little bit of money. It's not great, but you at least know what you're fetching, and it can't really fail. So you wanted a signature squad in Warlord, there you go. Joe Zimmer asks, congrats on reaching 500 in 4 months. That's great work, and thank you very much, Joe. Over the course of the first cycle, which faction do you think improved the most from the core? And this is a really difficult question because I entered the game once we'd already seen the entire Warlord cycle released, and we were seeing Great Devourer spoilers pretty hot and heavy. I will say not Space Marines because they're more or less the same. They've gained some powerful effects, but they've always been strong. Maybe Astra Militarum. I don't think Colonel Strachan was ever tremendously strong, but Kotiaz is definitely powerful. He's very difficult to play. He's very finicky to play, but he's definitely a big improvement over Strachan. Definitely not Orcs, as sad as that is to say, but that could, again, be a bit of my inexperience and naivete speaking. They've certainly started to make a little bit of a rise to competitive prominence. They're definitely not doing very well in tournaments, but they're probably doing quite a bit better than they were. Chaos, Zarathar's definitely gotten a lot better. I hear from a lot of different players that Slaaneish's Temptation has made a world of difference just in giving the very squishy Zarathar access to another very powerful in its own right 2 shield icon card. Not Dark Eldar. Archon's Palace is, of course, tremendously strong, but Urian is the bottom of the pack in regard to a competitive stance I suppose if you're saying improve the most from the core in a purely competitive context, Kith, my understanding is that originally people thought she was garbage, and now she's, of course, clearly number one. So, in all likelihood, it might be Kith. I don't think it's Eldorath. He's always been strong. He's kind of lost a little bit of his time in the spotlight recently. I suppose definitely the Tyranids have made a strong showing relative to the core set, but the Tau are okay. Due to a lot of Space Marine cards, I think the Tau faction has gotten a lot stronger. A lot of people think Anshi is very strong, so I suppose when it comes down to it, I may have to say the Astra Militarum or maybe Zarather, and then maybe, for the reasons I just gave, perhaps Kith. But Jonathan Kilby says, "Hey Tyrant, what other games, board, card, and minis are you currently playing? Love the channel, by the way, and I'm very glad, Jonathan, that you're enjoying that which I produce." Playing is a very important key word here. Collecting, I can answer this question. Playing, I definitely cannot. In regard to collecting, in a closet somewhere, I've got the StarCraft board game, which was a perfect representation, well, not a perfect representation, but it was an excellent board game version of the computer game that we all know and love. The Brood War expansion made it all the better, so that's fantastic, but ever since I painted all those minis, I ended up making the terrible mistake of putting them together in a shoebox, and to this day, they remain in that shoebox, horrifyingly kind of stuck together, and I do not have the heart to pry them apart, because when I do that, all of the paint comes off of them, and they look so good, and I spent so many hours painting them that I just cannot bring myself to bear through that level of suffering and self-imposed misery. I collect all of the Summoner Wars products, which is a very fun two-player game. That was my favorite adversarial game before Conquest came around. It's by Plaid Hat Games. It's very much got a spatial component to it, somewhat like Conquest does. It's all about resource management. It's a great game, but it also relies heavily on dice rolling. There's an app version of it, but it's not very well supported. I played it a ton and a ton when it first came out, and then maybe like 6 months later, they released another couple factions for the application, and then after 2 years, they released another update containing 6 factions that came out of nowhere. But that was recently, and now I'm a Conquest guy, so I'll collect that game until it's eventually done, but for now, I don't collect that. I collect Conquest, Lord of the Rings, the card game, and I'm not collecting any other games. For a long time, I resigned to collect all the X-Wing miniatures and Star Wars Armada miniatures, but there are so many waves, I kind of stopped keeping track, and now the ships are so increasingly obscure that even myself, who's read a ton of the expanded universe material, it just seems like Fantasy Flight Games is trying to milk so much money out of the Star Wars franchise, and with the ships becoming like increasingly grasping in regard to, like the Houndstooth is cool. I know who Bosk is. I love, all the different bounty hunters, Forlom, Zuckuss, IG-88, all that stuff. But once you start to introduce like the Star Wars Rebels content, the Force Awakens content, it just seems like, God, the last time I looked on Miniature Market, something like a 33% off MSRP, it would take me like $400 to catch up on the latest couple waves of X-Wing and to buy the latest wave of Armada. And even though I've already sunk like $600 into miniatures so far, it just seems like for once in my life, I'm actually considering selling, my stuff. All I do is just kind of have it sit there in a display case and look at it. And they keep announcing so many new models so quickly. And I hear people kind of complain that the game X-Wing, that is, isn't even really that great competitively, that it just seems like a waste in my trying to collect everything. So I suppose I'll maybe hang on to some models just for, old time's sake. But if I were to find somebody wanting to buy it from me, I suppose maybe I would. Maybe I'd use those funds to buy a video camera to, if I ever find somebody in this college town that plays Conquest, maybe I'd buy them a core set, a set of each war pack, get an HD camera, and then record myself and he or she playing some games and then commentate that. I don't know. So, but in regard to collecting other games, I've invested really big into Hearthstone. I don't really play it because, again, Conquest has devoured all of my free time, but I own every card back possible except for the golden, esports exclusive one. I was stupid enough, if you want to call it that, to buy the Tespa card back off of somebody, so I think I definitely need to kind of reassess my collector's gotta catch 'em all type mindset, so that's basically that. But glad you're enjoying the channel. Glad you're enjoying the stuff. And then in regard to board games, I mentioned earlier that I've got Space Hulk, and that's pretty much that. Brian Sorensen asks, I gotta ask, what got you hooked on this game? Inquiring minds want to know. And I've explained this for the most part already, but really, I love the lore of Warhammer 40k. I love that everything is as many times as I've said it in this video, it's grimdark, it's hopeless. There's really no good faction. The closest thing is, God, the Imperium of mankind is so deluded. They're so evil, really. It's almost like just acting out of, following the rules for the sake of the rules, following the law because it's the law, never really questioning whether or not something is good or just, but just doing it because that's the way things have always been, and never questioning your higher authority. Really, one of the closest things to good, if you want to call it that, are just the Tyranids. Like, they're not exactly selfish, they're just kind of animals that are just kind of doing what they do. Granted, you could totally conceptualize like the hive mind as being a malicious being trying to, purge the galaxy of all life, and certainly the existence of the Swarm Lord and different things like that make me think that there's some kind of conscious decision making that the Tyranids are deciding to do the evil thing. But you could also argue that they're just animals kind of following their biological imperatives. So really just kind of the hopelessness. I've always loved strategy games, turn-based strategies like Final Fantasy Tactics A2 Grim War of the Rift was fantastic. I never played Command and Conquer, but I mentioned StarCraft, StarCraft 2, StarCraft Brood War is great. All of that stuff is just fantastic. I love sci-fi, I love fantasy, and, God, whatever you're interested in, 40k has it. If you like power armor from science fiction, Space Marines wear power armor. If you like swords, Space Marines wield swords. And hell, they're even like power swords and chain swords. It's just ridiculous. It's horror, there's comedy, there's romance, there's sex, there's everything you could possibly want. So Conquest, it's great. It's incredible. I'm sure I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but P or Pi Smith says, I like your Conquest focused. Some of your videos are a bit on the long side. More concise and gameplay videos would be appreciated by me. I would like to know more about your local meta, regular play groups, or something similar where you are regularly engaged with Conquest. Well, gosh, between the time of my asking people to leave all these questions and creating this video, as I'm sure you can see, as is abundantly clear based on what I'm putting out, there are a ton of gameplay videos in the works. I've grown to love commentating, spectating games. It's less effort than playing my own games and subsequently commentating over those, and I feel as though I'm not a good enough player that I'm just enjoyable to watch if I were to, say, sit down and play a game with someone and just banter across from one another. Being concise, being brief, the whole brevity thing, I will freely admit it has never been a strong point of mine. I edit my videos down to, at times, less than 1/30th of a second to try to get out as much dead air and boring empty space as possible. Like the other day, I released an Octagon gameplay video that during several occasions had 4 or 5 minutes of just downtime while players were trying to assess what action do they want to do next. And of course, in in my videos, that will be maybe cut down to 5 seconds so that I retain some notion of, there's some deliberation going on here, but at the same time, I'm trying to create the most engaging content I can. I will freely admit that I've grown to become one of those people that very much likes to hear themselves talk. I'm sure a lot of my content, for example, this video, is overly self-indulgent and needless, but really a lot of the length of the videos comes from some of the difficulty in getting people to come on and engage with me. For example, Brendan Burns, the recent 2015 Australian national champion, there's an enormous time difference between he and I. So I think I was recording in the early evening. He was recording like first thing in the morning. It was difficult to set that arrangement up. So once I have him on the phone, I don't want to hurry him along. I don't want to push him or make him feel rushed. I want to give him an opportunity to express everything he'd like to get off of his chest, just because I feel as though it's a lot of effort that has to go into his preparing for these videos. It's a lot of effort that I put into preparing questions and different things like that. And once I'm afforded that opportunity, I really want to get as much content as I can out of it. And then in regard to like the card review videos and things like that, I want to try to make sure to touch on as many details as possible, just so that I cover, a tremendous wealth of knowledge. And as is evident in my voice at the present moment, I've grown to speak increasingly quickly over the course of my channel, just so that I can try to fit in as much information into less time and just make it more engaging, much more interesting. I had a few people call me out for speaking at like half of the pace that someone might speak during normal communication. So, I've definitely got my faults. I do not claim to be perfect. The Hive Tyrant is the channel it is. Certainly I want to appease and satisfy viewers. I want to be entertaining and engaging and informative and fun, but at the same time, I also have to enjoy this content. When I was doing the Lord of the Rings progression series, a lot of people said, "Why do you cover news stuff? That's not what we want to see. We want to see gameplay. Why do you do card reviews?" And I feel like that stuff is so important in helping new players and get them up to speed, that even though if it's not exactly the ideal content to show to someone like, God, he's mentioned so much, I almost feel bad for just what a pedestal our community has put him on, but Davis Kingsley, I'm sure if he ever watches my channel, he's not going to watch my card reviews, because obviously he knows about card interactions better than I do, but not everyone that watches my channel is some world-class player, so I'm trying to appeal to everyone. And in creating my content, this channel in the first place, a lot of it was kind of an experience where I was teaching myself along with some of my more novice viewers. So while even experienced players could still get some benefit from listening to me, I was still kind of fumbling my way through things and trying to feel things out, get a real feel for the game and just what I could potentially have to offer. So conciseness, not my strong point. Brevity, I can't make any promises. I'm doing the best I can to strike a balance between satisfying myself, keeping this channel fun, because I don't want to abandon this like I abandoned Cardboard of the Rings. I do not want to feel any compulsion to give this up like I did the 10th Nazgul. I genuinely love this game. I love this community. I also love Lord of the Rings, but I don't want to screw this up the same way that I screwed up that other LCG. And then to answer the rest of your question, you'd like to know more about my local meta. Suffice it to say that it was non-existent. I have recently moved to a very college student, densely packed town. They've got a couple game shops. One of them I know sells 40k miniatures. They stock Android Netrunner. I've yet to actually go in there myself and say, "Hello, my name is the Hive Tyrant. You may recognize me from the YouTube channel of the same name," or anything like that, but it's entirely possible there are local players here. I believe there's a Central Washington Gamers group or club, so I'll have to look into that kind of as I adjust to my class here, and just kind of, get a feel for how much content can I maintain while I'm in school, while I'm in something like, God, my 8th or something year of college. It's absurd. But anyways, no regular play group. I play maybe one game a week because I have to, because I'm humoring Sam Mann by joining his online Octagon competitive Warhammer 40k WoW league. But apart from that, I don't really play. I'm an enthusiast, not an expert. I'd like to play more, but I feel like I've still got a lot to learn. And just really in creating this channel, part of the reason why I interview so many other people is because I'd like to bring a lot of expert level content to the table that I myself am as of yet unable to provide. So I feel it's very kind of clever and almost a little bit sneaky and manipulative of me to just incorporate some of the other podcast members into my videos, incorporating tournament and world champions into my videos, talking to designers, because they bring a lot of information to the table that quite simply I cannot as of yet offer myself. So the Hive Tyrant, if you really think about it, is a very curious project. I feel it was very wise in some ways the way I went about creating it. In some ways, not so much, but at the same time, I feel like it's a very fascinating project, and maybe a year from now, I mean, in less than 4 months, I've created 80-something videos. I can only imagine that I will hopefully just be a tremendous asset in uniting so many different facets of this community. Like, I don't claim to be a community champion or community pillar or anything like that, but if I could be considered a spokesperson or representative for this game's community, I would absolutely love that. So I love the game. I love Conquest. I love Warhammer 40k, and I've come to love the Hive Tyrant, so that's pretty much that. I love the online community. The next question is from some loser named Sam Mann. He happens to ask, Mitch, who is the most awesome guest you've ever had on? Smiley face. And of course, as much as that's a loaded question, I will have to answer in all seriousness. Absolutely everyone from this community has been nothing short of fantastic, but just some of the people that really stand out in my mind as, kindred spirits, if we want to consider that, are Dan Young, the top 4 Germany National Championships 2015 gentleman who came on and talked about the On-Shi deck, who talked about his tournament experience. It very much felt like he and I had some sort of connection. Of course, Sam, you and I seem to also be kindred spirits in a sense, where we just kind of implicitly understand or get one another. So we're both deeply invested in this community, so I've definitely felt a strong connection there. Brendan Burns really had a lot of stuff to offer and talk about that I really personally identified with. And those are just a few people that I've really, really enjoyed having on in interviews. Both Charles Smith and Eric Taylor from the Conquest podcast, I thought were very like-minded, very intelligent and articulate people. I thought Tyler was an absolute blast to have on, also from the Conquest, and each and every person from the Traxxas Sector Warcast has been nothing but an absolute delight to have on. So really, almost every single person when it comes to all my guests on this channel have been just fantastic. Like George Tinkham, I mentioned it in his video, but he and I started playing at about the same time. I chose to do the Hive Tyrant. He chose to go become a tournament-savvy power gamer. So he very much seems like some, not exactly like shadow of me, but like it's almost as if I'm looking into a mirror of what could have possibly been. But certainly people like Jeremy Zwern and especially Davis Kingsley, who just, the wealth of knowledge that they command over this game is indescribable and nearly unsurpassed, and the eloquence with which they can attempt to articulate their thoughts is just breathtaking in that it's so engaging, it's so enrapturing and intriguing. I can't help but kind of hang off of their every word, and just Davis in particular, listening to him speak, it just seems as though it's this font of information and knowledge and just this incredible manner of speaking, which is not at any point condescending, but at the same time, it just appeals to every range of gamer. If you're a beginning player, he could say something like, if you've ever thought about this basic principle, here's this, fundamental concept you can start with, and then let's take it to this slightly more advanced level. So it's just so approachable the way he presents anything he has to say that I cannot help but just find him an absolutely fascinating individual. And of course, who would I be to exclude Brad Andrees, our developer, from this list? In speaking with him was one of the scarcely few times I've genuinely felt starstruck in speaking to anyone in an interview, and definitely he can't share everything that he would like to say, especially while we're recording, and especially in what makes it to the edited, live production, but he's just such an immensely outgoing, down-to-earth guy. He's as nerdy as the rest of us, he just seems like a genuine human being. I cannot help but just to applaud the fact that he takes so much pride in this fantastic game that he's helped to design, that he's now essentially, designing with the help of others, but it's essentially entirely in his own hands. So I can't help but just think he's doing an incredible job. He's a very charming, very kind guy. The fact that he just puts himself out there into the community, that he makes himself a presence, that, he'll like people's posts on Facebook is just incredible. It's just absolutely amazing. And just to, toot my own horn while I'm thinking about it, it's incredible to not only have an opportunity to interact with the development team for Conquest, but in the past, when I did Lord of the Rings and I would produce gameplay videos, some of what the design team actually drew from in designing some of their nightmare level increased difficulty scenarios were looking at some of the deck lists that I would create in order to demonstrate to people how to beat challenging scenarios, and then the design team would incorporate some of my deck lists into designing improved versions of that AI-controlled encounter deck in order to try to route or best players' best efforts for defeating those quests. So in seeing just how open and awesome the design team has been for Conquest, I think that's fantastic. And honestly, I don't think I've had a single guest on that I've not just found something to like about. So, Sam, as corny as it is to say, I love everybody in our community. You're a fantastic asset, truly a pillar to our community in a competitive sense, in a sense where you teach new people the game, but really anybody out there who takes the time to interact with me, I immensely appreciate. Anybody who takes the time to interact with someone else, whether you're teaching them Conquest or playing a game or writing a post, anything at all, is just absolutely fantastic. So, a huge thank you to anyone out there who's ever contributed to my channel, who's ever watched one of my videos. But our next question, Dragon Fist BS asks, how often do you play Conquest with physical cards versus using Octagon? To my chagrin, to my great misfortune, I have never had the opportunity to actually play with my physical cards. So I think that answers that question quite plainly. And for Octagon, let's say I maybe get in one game a week, maybe more, up until Sandman's competitive league, typically less. At the time of my recording this video, late September, I've played under 20 games of Conquest, probably closer to something around like 18, so I definitely make no claim to be an expert player, and an analogy I can't help but think of in regard to my skill is like when you're first learning to drive, you're just, looking at the steering wheel, looking 5 feet ahead of your car, and each and every time I play Conquest now, it's almost as though I'm looking a little bit further ahead so that eventually I can reach that goal of look about 100 feet or so in front of your automobile while driving. And I'm sure that eventually it'll be just as easy as, I can drive while, and no one should do this, but while, Facebooking, while texting, just because eventually you don't even think about it. It's just a complete non-issue. But I think that analogy explains it. Omega Life 2002 asks, what do you think FFG could do to make the game better? Do you think it is something obvious or a more subtle series of changes? I personally think that the addition of new cards to elevate each warlord to an approximately equal power level would be great. More cards to promote the play of elites, namely like resource acceleration or resource ramping effects, or just tacking on, this card cannot target an elite to removal effects like Archon's Terror, limiting punishment type cards like that. I think would really be great. Adding more cards that do damage along the lines of like a Fire Drake Terminators, so a lot of low unit count things are punishing. Maybe an elite that gains command icons based on how many units your opponent has at different planets, or maybe that acts like an Archon's Palace, or maybe that does something like it subtracts command icons from units at adjacent planets or something like that. Really, I think when it comes down to it, I would just like to see more playstyle options, more warlords being considered top tier, more control style decks, more aggro type decks, just more options, more diversity. Really, all of that stuff I think would be great. So I'm not against FFG using errata. I would hope that they don't use like a restricted list, but at the same time, if it's going to help the health of the game, then by all means do it. I would definitely, consider, say, if we could errata Archon's Terror, hell, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Try it out, play test it. If it seems good, then do it. Make this game better. If you want to print a new version of Colonel Strachan, go nuts. If it's going to make him better than the, 13th out of 14 Warlords or something like that, or the 15th out of 16 now that we see Tyranids, do it, by all means. Whatever's going to make this game better, more diverse, more balanced. Our next question comes from 00 Grace. Hello, Hive Tyrant. We've spoken before through the Facebook channel. I quite enjoy your content, and well, I was wondering if you would like to play some Conquest on Octagon sometime. I've yet to play on Octagon, but I do have it, and it would be cool to play you as my first online game. Plus, as I said before, every game you play is an experience, right? And I wholeheartedly agree. There's no such thing as a wasted game. Hopefully, every game should be a learning opportunity, whether you're making it into a video and throwing it out there like I do for the internet to pick apart and criticize. Hopefully you can benefit from that, or whether you're simply thinking critically about what could I have done better, what did I do well, what did I not do so well. Make every game into a learning opportunity. And of course, I would be absolutely honored to play with you sometime. In fact, 00 Grace, I'd be honored to turn that into a video if you'd like, once you and I get a little bit more comfortable with playing, if you've not used Octagon before, and if you've only used a handful of games. So hopefully someday soon, you can all enjoy a video of 00 Grace kicking the Hive Tyrant's ass. But next we have a question from John Wesley, who is featured in at least one of my Octagon commentated matches, and he says, seeing as how you just moved to a new place, have you scouted out local Conquest meta yet? If not, you can always hit me up for Octagon and we can play on Skype. I also just got started to find something to record my games. Are there any tips you have for that? So, as I mentioned earlier, I've yet to scout out a local Conquest meta. I ended up scouring, Reddit doesn't really have much of a presence in regard to Conquest in the first place, but in regard to Ellensburg and Yakima, Washington, where I moved to and moved from, respectively, their subreddits aren't very highly trafficked, so I've not thrown an ad out there yet to see if there's any local meta. I suppose I'll opt to walk into one of the two local game stores as opposed to resorting to maybe the Craigslist personals or something to meet up for some good old Conquest. I could see people easily misinterpreting my invitation there. And then in regard for recording, all of my audio recording is done through Audacity. I simply just use noise removal when I'm done. I use something called the Amolto call recorder to do Skype interviews, but that God, I love it when it works. I'll just leave it at that. When it does not work, it is frustrating. Yeah, if you can think of a better means of recording Skype, by all means, let me know in the comments. Somebody recommended, I think it's called OBS, what people use to stream for Twitch TV and things like that. But I've not explored that option yet, so that's definitely worth looking into myself. And then in regard to recording your screen, I personally use Camtasia. Some people, I believe you can use Fraps. I used something in the past that was like some Windows Express screen capture thing. That's what I used for my Lord of the Rings content, but Camtasia has worked really well for me so far. Our next question happens to come from Locker Wheelie, and he says, "Congratulations, you are a very good interviewer, and thank you very much. If you could interview anyone, past or present, who would it be?" And this is an interesting subject. I've never interviewed anyone prior to my starting this channel. I've never interviewed an artist. I've never interviewed a community member for Lord of the Rings. And as a mere co-host, I was more kind of the analysis guy. I was never the showrunner, and I never interviewed a developer or tournament champion or anything like that. Just because, of course, for Lord of the Rings, as a cooperative game, there's not really a tournament scene to speak of. There is a competitive way of playing the game, but whether or not it's worth playing is kind of a topic of contention in the community. But he says, if you could interview anyone past or present, who would it be? And I'll just go ahead and limit that to the Conquest community. Prior to a few days ago, I'd have said Brad Andrews, but now that I've had an opportunity to interview that gentleman, I suppose I would say, just to round out the design team, Nate French would be cool. Eric Lang would be cool, but they're both very busy. Eric Lang has his fingers in so many different pots, and I really don't know much about him. I think he just kind of came in, lent his creative genius to Conquest, and then kind of vanished, is my understanding. Although I think he and Brad are occasionally in touch. Nate French and all the other LCG developers help here and there with Conquest, as does Brad with their respective LCGs. But if there were any community member that I could interview, it would without a doubt be Asclepios from Card Game DB. It's a user that I have nothing but the utmost immense amounts of respect for. When I was first starting to learn Conquest, when I was first starting to create this channel, it was Asclepios's comments on Card Game DB for each and every card that really shined a light on just how powerful some of the different effects can be, and what some of the different clever card mechanics and interactions are. Asclepios, I don't mean to step on any toes here, but it seems as though he's a little bit shy in regard to actually coming onto the channel, so I'll totally respect his wishes not to do so. I believe Asclepios is a he, but in any case, I definitely want to respect their wishes, so I'd love to have them on sometime. I would love to do like a Zarather deck deconstruction. I'd love to potentially just do some sort of lore series or something like that. But, would love to have them on, but if they're not interested, they are not interested. In regard to actually conducting interviews, though I mentioned I've never done interviews before, in training to become a therapist, something that we were taught to do is called the therapeutic interview. So basically, it's just kind of asking a lot of questions, and I definitely don't do it to what the textbooks are expecting of us, but it's a lot of different techniques to kind of continue to get people to talk and share and to explore subjects a little bit further and gently try to poke and prod to get to things beneath the surface, asking open-ended questions as opposed to close-ended questions. The very cliche example of that would be a therapist asking, "Can you tell me more about that?" But it's really just avoiding like, do you like Tyranids? Yes or no. It's, what is it about Conquest that you really like? What is it about the Tyranid faction that really gets those juices flowing, that really inspires you to continue playing the game? questions that are kind of open in a sense where you can really draw answers out of someone to get them to engage and kind of disclose of themselves and participate. It's not always something that comes easy, and it's definitely not something I'm perfect at by any means, but it's a little bit of a background in that I'm sure a lot of my interview technique comes from. Our next question comes from Sir Humphrey, and he says, "Hi, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Have you played other LCGs/CCGs in the past? Have you ever played some board games? If yes, which one is your favorite? Thanks for making amazing Warhammer 40k content. Congrats for the milestone, and keep it going, man. Smiley face." Well, thank you very much, Sir Humphrey, and in answering all your different questions, other CCGs, other LCGs. I've played Magic the Gathering extensively. I don't think I need to say much more about that card game. As I was a kid, the Pokemon craze was going crazy. I mentioned I am 29. I was born in 1986, so Pokemon Red and Blue were crazy here in America, so I very much enjoyed the first couple waves of the Pokemon card game. I played Annie Mayhem. I was a big Dragon Ball Z fan when I was younger, so that was a lot of fun. I didn't really understand it too well, though. There was an Alien vs. Predator card game that was a lot of fun. Gosh. I can't really think of any other CCGs that I played, but I've played the Lord of the Rings living card game extensively. I tried a demo of the Star Wars living card game, and I did not like it at all. Really, my biggest complaint was the bluffing mechanic during like the Force struggle phase or whatever it happens to be called. The Death Star dial was kind of weird. The Rebel Alliance being so incredibly aggressive struck me as very strange. And then the fact that like a stormtrooper with a blaster could blow up the Millennium Falcon, or a Rebel fleet trooper could destroy a Super Star Destroyer, it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Even something as simple as flying attached to an Assault Valkyrie, I find so much more sensical and less egregious in like a fantasy sense than something like that. Like, I don't know, it just makes sense to me, so I didn't really care for that. In regard to board games, I like Risk in theory, but I don't like that it's not tremendously balanced. I like Stratego. Chess was okay. I was on a chess team at one point just because I had a lot of friends that played chess. I was never like a big chess nerd. I mentioned I love the StarCraft board game. I've never played anything tremendous like Twilight Imperium or War of the Ring, but I do like self-contained box games. So, Conquest is probably my favorite card game. Summoner Wars is right up there, although it's not quite as deep as Conquest. It definitely isn't a model that's quite as friendly to deck building as the living card game model. I love Magic for what it is, but the price is just insane, and the fact that there can exist cards that I don't own is frustrating. Even Hearthstone, which I've sunk so much money into, I don't even have all the cards on that, and that is frustrating. So the CCG model, I hope collectible card games die a horrible, horrible death. There, I said it. Living card games are the future. I love the StarCraft board game. I love Conquest. I love Lord of the Rings and Summoner Wars. There you go. Thank you once again for your congratulations, and I suppose I'll call it that. I suppose it's also worth mentioning I've never played a Game of Thrones, the LCG, either edition, and I've never played Android Netrunner, so I'm not exactly sure if I'd like them or not, but, I hear good things. Daniel Merrick asks, "Hey, congrats on 500 subs, and thanks for the contest." And of course, you're welcome. "I was wondering, what is your gaming history? You always ask your guests a lot, but what did you start with?" Okay, well, I guess I just touched on a bunch of my favorite CCGs and LCGs, but in regard to just overall gaming, I grew up with an Atari 2600. I remember games like Haunted House and Space Invaders. I had an NES. When that eventually broke, I remember we got one of the top-loading versions. My favorite video game of all time, and it's one of the only installments in the entire series that I've played, is Final Fantasy for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Although I was so young when I played that game, I didn't understand how to equip any weaponry, so the only way that I could make it any far at all in the game was by starting off a game with 4 fighters and going entirely unarmed and just being brutalized by ogres and stuff. So it wasn't until much later in life that I actually beat Final Fantasy 1 again and again and again. Like I said, it's my favorite game of all time. I own pretty much every version of it, but I loved it. I also remember Jaws for the NES was a game that I struggled with, but all kinds of classics. Super Mario 3 was great. The Sega Genesis, Sonic 2, Sonic and Knuckles, all sorts of different games for that system. I was huge on the N64, Star Fox 64 with my friends, do a barrel roll all the time, which is actually an aileron roll. Super Smash Brothers endlessly for the 64 and for the GameCube, GoldenEye, licensed to kill, all sorts of different stuff, proximity mines, tons of different Game Boy games, lots of different Pokemon games, Dragon Warrior Monsters for the Game Boy Color. I remember that was one of the first games I ever maxed out the time played timer on. I remember having my brother trade me some Metal King slimes so that I could get a Dark Dream. I pounded that game into the dirt. I love Advance Wars. I love Final Fantasy Tactics, although the only version I've really significantly played is A2, Grimoire of the Rift. I loved Monster Rancher 2, although I hate the fact that your monsters can die because I want them to be perfect. I don't want all of those efforts to vanish. I never owned a Super Nintendo, but I played lots of GameCube. My first ever Zelda game was Twilight Princess on the Wii, and I really loved it. I never really did much with my Wii, apart from playing Wii Bowling. I picked up a Wii U because I thought I might fall in love with Monster Hunter. Spoiler alert, I did not, but I did play the 3DS version, Monster Hunter Ultimate 4, quite a lot until Conquest stole all my free time. So lots of Dungeons and Dragons for tabletop role-playing games, the Dragon Ball Z role-playing game, oh god, the Tank Police role-playing game, the Sailor Moon role-playing game was probably the first role-playing game I ever played. I was very much a child that grew up on Toonami, so Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z, all that good stuff were very much in my wheelhouse. And apart from that, World of Warcraft off and on for 4 years. For anybody that played Warcraft, I have a history of joining a guild, amassing a ton of DKP, a ton of, raid reward points, and then right as soon as we were about to clear some awesome content, the group would implode, the guild would fall apart due to drama. So I never had an opportunity to do Nax 40. I never killed Kael'thas or Vaj in Burning Crusade. Wrath of the Lich King, I never killed the Lich King, so, I would kind of get into the game, play it super, super intense for a while, but Cataclysm never really drew my attention. I tried Mists of Pandaria very late in that game's release cycle, but due to a very crazy guild leader who happened to be a married female who seemed to make it her mission to get me to have some kind of sordid internet fantasy affair with her. That got super weird super fast, and that kind of killed the game for me. And then, of course, when Warlords of Draenor came out, it just was not doing it for me. So now that Warcraft has announced their Legion expansion, I'll continue following Warcraft content, but will I ever play it again? I doubt it. I'll continue to collect Hearthstone for this foreseeable future. I feel like I've invested enough money into that game that I'm still going in regard to that sunk cost fallacy, but whether or not I'll ever play it seriously, whether or not I'll actually hit Legend, I definitely can't make any promises there. GabTube asks, questions, what about the Warhammer 40k lore do you enjoy the most? Favorite sides, both in terms of gameplay-wise and lore? Ever play StarCraft? Comments. It's because of high contributing individuals like yourself that keep communities like this going. Another few questions. 1. Which warlord would win in a one-on-one fight in your opinion, lore-wise? Whew. So, that's a lot of questions you ask, but what about the Warhammer 40k lore do I enjoy the most? I like the darkness, I like the grimness, I like the hopelessness. I like the mix of technology, science, and magic. I like the fantasy violence. I like the gruesomeness. I like the very crude depictions of the future. I like how just vile and evil everything is. I love how over-the-top ridiculous things are. Bolters, for example, they don't fire bullets. They essentially fire explosive rounds. I like the Space Marines as genetically enhanced super soldiers that, in the lore at least, are all but indestructible, and I like that they aren't actually good. They're just extremely strong and formidable, and therefore what they say essentially is rule or law. Gameplay-wise, I think each and every faction has things to like in regard to lore, in regard to their gameplay. I think you can just look at what each individual warlord does, and that's kind of the appeal there. Like Kato generates a bunch of resources so he can put cool events into play. Ragnar has a lot of movement, as does Baharoth. Eldorath is very control-y. Zerathir does a ton of damage. Kugoth and Old One Eye are incredibly hard to kill. The Swarmlord and Kith generate a ton of tokens, and that's a ton of fun. In regard to lore, the Space Marines I've explained pretty well. The Astra Militarum I don't think are tremendously interesting. They're essentially just like you and me, but Chaos has all the different gods. Nurgle is disgusting. Khorne I don't find tremendously interesting. It's just kind of, to me, senseless violence. But Slaanesh is just so filthy and disgusting. All that sensation-seeking is, kind of like oddly, weirdly provocative, like you shouldn't be turned on by it, but you kind of are, and you're left feeling disgusting, which is the appeal. Tzeentch is kind of confusing and weird. The Eldar are kind of uppity, standoffish, hoity-toity, prissy space elves, so I don't find them tremendously interesting. And then the Tau are just kind of mysterious. They're short-lived. I like that they're bovine, I believe is my understanding, or at least they have hooves. So that's kind of cool. I like their technology, I like the lasers, but I'm not a huge into the big giant fighting anime robots aspect. And of course the Tyranids, what's not to like? They're the great devourer. They're going to purge the universe of all life. They're awesome. I did indeed play StarCraft, as I'm sure is no surprise. My favorite race happens to be the Zerg. I love that they regenerate. I like that in many ways they're a derivative of the Tyranids. I think in some ways the Zerg are more interesting in a purely aesthetic sense than the Tyranids, but I don't know. I mean, I like both. I don't think they have to be mutually exclusive. I feel as though I can enjoy one another, though if they were both to fight, I do not think the Zerg would stand a chance against the Tyranids. I'm very flattered that I think you believe that it's up to individuals like me that contribute quite a lot to keep communities like this going in releasing 80 different videos between, say, the Great Devourer and our 6th War Pack. I feel like I have contributed at least a little to keep excitement alive for this game, to draw in new players to this community, if not just evidenced by the fact that I've managed to get 550 YouTube subscribers by the time that I'm recording this video, but also because I do genuinely hear from a lot of people, like I did for Lord of the Rings, that they've been drawn to this game or become more invested in this game by the content I produce, by the content that other podcasts produce, by some of the lore material people put out there, by forum posts people make. So I just definitely think that, I'm not going to sit here and stroke my own ego all day, but I just think our community is absolutely fantastic. And then in regard to which warlord would win or reign triumphant in a one-on-one fight to the death in regard to lore, I definitely think there are some strong contenders. The Swarmlord is kind of a one-of-a-kind creation. Hive Tyrants as a whole are immense. They're extraordinarily difficult to kill, and the Swarmlord has those 4 bone sabers that just crackle with psychic energy. They're so sharp that they can practically cut through anything. The Swarmlord itself is so dexterous, so maneuverable that it's almost impossible to land a blow on it when it comes to fighting. It's a battlefield and tactical genius. It almost managed to kill the chapter master of the Ultramarines on one-on-one combat. It almost, killed the most powerful Space Marine, so therefore I don't think Ragnar or Sicarius could stand a chance. Kugoth happens to be a demigod in a sense. He was created by Nurgle himself. He's a great unclean one. He's like stories tall. He's dripping with disease and rot and pestilence. He just exudes infection and vile and filth. He doesn't feel pain. I can't imagine that would be practically even possible to destroy, let alone overcome during combat. And even if you were to be able to kill Kugoth, I can't imagine that you would survive the experience. And then in regard to just some of the other creatures we've seen, I don't think the Eldar have anything to bear. I don't think the Astra Militarum stand a chance. For Chaos, Barzul is nothing. He's not even like a demon prince. He's just some dude. Chaos Sorcerer doesn't stand a chance. Packmaster Kith would just be obliterated. Yuri and Rakarth, no way in hell. Commander Shadowsun and An-Shi, even though they've got, very formidable weapons, especially Shadowsun with, I think they're melta-guns, I don't think she honestly stands a chance. We've seen an image floating around the internet of our 3rd Dark Eldar warlord, which happens to be Archon Selene Morn, and I know that Archons are probably the equivalent, if not superior, to a single Space Marine. They've got access to the best technology that the Dark Eldar have to offer. They're kind of augmented and under the influence by all kinds of different combat drugs and stimulants and different things like that. So I still don't think that an Archon manages to stand up to even many different Space Marines. Like one of the scarcely few novels that I've read, I believe, ended up featuring a Space Wolves Space Marine, and he was able to kill an Archon by himself. So if a single Space Marine can kill an Archon, I still don't think that really anything we've seen thus far could stand up to something along the lines of Kugoth or possibly the Swarmlord. So I'd say a toss-up between those two. As much as I'm biased toward the Tyranids, I can't see something surviving fighting something like Kugoth. It just seems like you'd be so diseased and infected by the time you'd cut through all that just rotten, disgusting, enormous amount of tissue that you would just be done for. So the best you could hope for, in my opinion, is a stalemate. But moving right along, we have Duke Law 7, not to be confused with Duke Law 7 like you might find on a cat. He asks, what are your opinions of the Warhammer 40 restart with Age of Sigmar? And this is a hell of a question, and unfortunately one which I'm not very adequately prepared or informed to articulate an opinion about. For those of you that are not well aware, the Age of Sigmar is the latest iteration of Warhammer Fantasy. My understanding is that they've basically changed a tremendous amount about the lore, and they've basically thrown out the existing rulebook and brought in all kinds of different options. So again, I'm not a Warhammer Fantasy player. I don't fully understand the situation. Really, my understanding of this comes trickling down through sources like miniwargaming.com and other things like that. So I'm just peripherally aware of what's going on. But with it comes all sorts of crazy changes to the rules set, like instead of a 2,000 point army fighting another 2,000 point army, it's like you pick a model and then then your opponent can choose whether or not they want to pick models, and you can kind of bring an essentially unlimited number of things to the table, but if you do, you start to incur some sort of different detrimental rules. So it's basically just a very confusing rule set. I don't think a lot of players are very fond of it. Seems to be the overall reception to Age of Sigmar, but in regard to what are my opinions of the Warhammer 40 restart, I don't know if you're referring to like a possible restart of Warhammer 40,000. I definitely would not want to see Warhammer 40,000 restarted. I would like to see the plot advanced. It seems as though, for as long as I've been aware, nothing along those lines has happened. There's definitely the exploration of Warhammer 30k with like the Horus Heresy and all of that stuff. But in regard to 40k, like the Golden Throne is failing. Will the Emperor ever die? Will he be resurrected? Will the Tyranids devour the galaxy? Will a big orc Wa end up destroying the galaxy? What will happen to the Eldar? Will they become extinct? I have no idea, but I would definitely love for Games Workshop to try to explore and expand upon some of the lore. So don't really have much of an opinion on Age of Sigmar. I've seen some of the models. The models are gorgeous. Games Workshop is kind of infamous for saying that they're a model company first and a rules company or game company second. So, I don't know, but the general public reception of Age of Sigmar definitely has not been good. Thomas Janison asks, who's your favorite Primarch? What's your favorite chapter of Space Marines? So I mentioned earlier, I like that the Lamenters were almost entirely annihilated by encountering the Tyranids in battle. That was another little piece of Warhammer fiction that I've read that I thought was fantastic. If memory serves, it was written from the perspective of an Imperial Guardsman who was just horrified at the sight of these Space Marines. I mean, keep in mind that maybe for the unindoctrinated in 40k, Space Marines are everywhere, but picture yourself, being on a hive world, a global city like New York or Tokyo is the entire planet, billions, if not trillions of people all around you, and then there are maybe 1,000 Space Marines protecting your entire sector or your entire solar system or something like that. Basically, Space Marines are extraordinarily rare, and this member of the Imperial Guards had not seen a Space Marine in his entire life, and he was like an Imperial service person, member of the Imperium, and then he was just seeing them dying in droves like a Carnifex, tearing them apart. And sure, they were able to kill the Tyranids, but the Tyranids too, inhumanly fast, inhumanly strong, so that was just absolutely awesome to read. It's definitely not a popular opinion, but I've always been a fan of the bread and butter generic Ultramarines. They're the spokespeople of Games Workshop, really, the boys in blue, I guess you could call them that. But aesthetically, I like the blue. I like the Black Templars, that nice contrast between black and white, but I don't necessarily like some of the more Catholic weirdness. A lot of the crosses seem a little bit overdone. The cherubs are strange. I like servo skulls and things like that, but the little floating baby angels is just kind of weird. The Imperial Fists are okay. They've got a cool look to them. I'm a fan of yellow and stuff like that. I like reds, but the Blood Angels are, it's probably a little bit too much red. And then the same thing with the Blood Ravens, which were featured prominently in the Dawn of War video games and kind of generated for that. In regard to Primarch, I don't really know the Primarchs too tremendously well. I suppose my first instinct is not anyone that ended up falling to Chaos. Horus Lupercal ended up being very identifiable, very interesting in the books prior to his fall to Chaos. You could very much empathize with him as a character. Fulgrim, I thought, was somewhat interesting in the book I read, part of the Horus Heresy, where he ultimately succumbs to chaotic corruption in like a Slanesh sense. But, I like the arrogance, I like the vanity and self-absorption. I liked kind of, if I remember, I think at one point he was like cutting up his face or something like that, but that was interesting. And then in regard to just the chapters that they're associated with, I suppose you could say, I don't know how to pronounce this, Robout, Robau Gulliman for the Ultramarines, or maybe Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fists. But apart from that, I can't really say, unfortunately. Bahamas asks, did you play in any official tournament? If yes, why didn't you win? The closest I've ever gotten, like I mentioned, was playing at the regional tournament in Tacoma, Washington. I have no idea who ultimately did win that regional championship. I had checked in once with a local game store as to whether or not they were interested in doing like a store tournament or a regular gaming night hosted by yours truly when I was first getting into Conquest, and they said they'd only ever met one other person playing Conquest, and then about a month later that store went out of business. I can't prove cause and effect, but I'm going to go ahead and say it's cause and effect. I definitely never have. The closest thing I've ever done to a tournament was Sam Mann's Warhammer 40k Conquest Octagon Online Competitive WoW League, and I didn't win. Rather, I am going to predict the future that I will not win, largely based on my having the basics down, having some expert level knowledge, but lacking the interim. I don't have the ability to pilot myself from start to finish as an expert player would. Michael Hannigan happens to ask, thank you for another contest, and you're quite welcome. I'd like to ask what podcasts you listen to and what channels you watch on YouTube. So, for podcasts, I listen to all the 40k podcasts. I've made an effort to re-listen to them now that I've kind of established myself in the community, figured out who is who. I now know full well that Brian and Scott are associated with the First Planet podcast, so I like them. I like John and Tobin and Carl of the Traxxas Sector Warcast. I like Elizabeth and Alex and Jonathan from the Tactical Squad podcast. I liked Steve and Parker when they did Actions at One. I even listened to the Command Struggle, which I can only assume is kind of dormant or deceased. Normally when it's been more than a month or so in between podcast episodes, you kind of wonder if they're around at all anymore. But I think that's the kind of majority of the highlights. Of course, the Concast, I would not dare to miss a single episode. All of those players are incredibly skillful, very, charming, interesting, nice guys to have a conversation with, and of course, tremendously skilled at the game. But in regard to just other stuff, part of my enormous spiral into a year of unemployed, I dropped out of nursing school type despair was listening to each and every episode of the Giant Bombcast. It's a podcast that releases like a 2.5 to 3 hour episode on a weekly basis. They've done something like 6 years of podcasting, and God, maybe in 5 or 6 months I listened to their entire backlog. I listened to the Dex podcast, which is focused on Pokemon, kind of another thing from my childhood that I don't really do anymore, but I'm still kind of peripherally interested in, kind of aware of. I'm curious to see what's going to happen with Pokemon Go. Recently, I've started listening to The Next Dimension, a Dragon Ball Z podcast. It's not incredible, but I like Dragon Ball Z from when I was a teen, so that's pretty cool. I love Total Biscuit, so I'm a big fan of his co-optional podcast. I also listen to Cox and Crendor, even though Jesse Cox I kind of have a hit-and-miss relationship with. Something about Wow Crendor, I can just listen to him for ages and ages. And of course, staying faithful to my Lord of the Rings lineage, or roots, I definitely catch every episode of Cardboard of the Rings and The Grey Company, featuring Matthew Dempsey, my former co-host of the Progression series. And then in regard to YouTube content, lately I've been very much enjoying the Tolarian Community College. I believe the main gentleman that runs that channel is called The Professor. That's just about Magic the Gathering. He does some pretty similar stuff. I wish I had some of his video editing skills, as he does an incredible job. Of course, that is in part his full-time job, which would be awesome. Definitely this is too niche an audience to do this full-time, but what I wouldn't, basically I'm saying I would absolutely love to do this, potentially full-time. I mean, let's be real here, I'm practically doing it full-time already, if not working many, many overtime hours. In regard to other YouTube stuff, I watch a lot of Warcraft content, I watch some Dragon Ball content now that Dragon Ball Super is a thing, and I watch a couple different channels like Jay Wits and the National Dex regarding Pokemon, just kind of peripheral interests, nothing crazy. I haven't really sat and watched YouTube in very long, just because I spend all of my time trying to make videos for you guys. GabTube is back with a few more questions. He asks, more questions. 1. What do you think of other card games like Magic the Gathering and Hearthstone compared to Warhammer 40k Conquest? 2. What do you think is the design reason this game has such powerful single cards in the signature squads, usually an attachment and sometimes a support? And 3, why is it taking FFG so long to release expansion packs? So, in regard to other card games, like let's say Magic the Gathering, I think Magic the Gathering is fantastic, but it's limited in a sense. It's more all-inclusive than Conquest is. Like, Magic strikes me as playing a single battle in Conquest at one planet, and there's no battle ability. So you kind of slug it out, you each play events, you have attachments, you have your army units, you kind of have your warlord if you want to consider planeswalkers that, although the inclusion of those cards is well after my heyday with Magic the Gathering. It just seems like it's so confined, whereas Conquest takes it a step further in allowing you to explore other planets. You don't necessarily have like cards that you're drawing from your deck to generate the majority of your resources from, so there's a lot less card interaction, there's a lot less resource ramping, but, Magic had to start somewhere. Alpha and Beta were nowhere near as complicated as modern Magic is. Lord of the Rings, as it's currently standing in its present iteration, is a million times more complicated than what we saw with the core set and the first adventure packs, so I can only imagine that the same thing will inevitably happen to Conquest, where hopefully it'll remain beginner-friendly, but the strategic depth will just stand to become more and more immense with time. And then in regard to Hearthstone, I respect the hell out of their decision to keep it as simple as possible and as widely appealing to the broadest audience possible, and I definitely think that's something that Warhammer Conquest kind of lacks. I'm sure it appeals to a lot of different audiences, but it is an immensely complicated game, and even though it is simple in theory, there's a lot of tricky rules to remember, there's a lot of finicky different card interactions, there are a lot of different cards, I think, for a game just new onto the scene. So God, what I would not give for a user interface like a digital version of Warhammer Conquest that is half as buttery smooth as Hearthstone. My God, I would never do anything else except for, eat and attend to other biological imperatives. In regard to why I think this game has such powerful single cards, in the recent interview I had with Brad Andrews, I think he really explained this really well, and it's something that I've always personally thought, is that you have to ride the line between competitive and engaging and fun. The more sterile a card is, the more safe and easy it is to balance, but the more boring and uninteresting it is. You want to be drawing power cards off your deck. You want the feeling of thrill, of excitement, of, yes, I just drew this broken piece of deck. I'm about to crush my opponent with this. You want that excitement. You want that rush of just energy and adrenaline. You want the the blood pumping, you want that epinephrine high, and I think that's probably why you see cards like the Chimera Den. When that comes off the top of your deck, you are just overjoyed and your opponent's heart just sinks. And it's things like that that make memorable gameplay experiences. And really, you want a game that is memorable. You want something that stands out. You don't want something dull and boring like, I don't know if this is exactly fair to say, like checkers is probably fairly balanced, but good God, is there ever a more boring game than checkers? So I think that's basically why. Whether or not you agree with the fact that there are one copy cards, I'm not a big fan of that. I think they're kind of very hit and miss. I think it's, maybe it ultimately balances out in the long term and that both players only have one of their attachment and their support. It's not perfect. Conquest is not perfect, but I totally understand and respect the developer's idea for doing things the way that they choose to do so. And your third and final question, why is it taking FFG so long to release expansion packs? I think that FFG is a far smaller company than they seem. We've heard with interviews with Brad that their entire organized play department is something like 3 people. We know Conquest is currently being developed by essentially one person, and it's an enormously popular game. Lord of the Rings is insanely popular, and that's only a 2-person development team. I can't speak to Netrunner or any of the other LCGs, but it's not a company of thousands of people. They don't do much in-house manufacturing. A lot of it is overseas. There have been all kinds of delays in the past. I know that after the Lord of the Rings core set came out, we ended up seeing something like a 10 to 12 week drought in between the core set and the first expansion pack because one of the boats ferrying the first adventure pack over happened to have to go through customs twice. So it's just little unexpected things like that that crop up. There are strikes. I think Fantasy Flight has to be pouring a ton of resources into Star Wars content at the moment because, dear God, if you want to make money, put the Star Wars brand on anything and you're bound to just rake in the cash. So I think it's very safe to say that they're probably focusing their manufacturing efforts on their Star Wars properties. But even if they're not, there are all sorts of hiccups that can occur. Delays happen in development, delays happen in manufacture, in shipping. Things get lost, people go on strike. There are a million different reasons, but I think it all comes down to FFG seems like a much bigger dog than they actually are. So I suppose that's all I'll say. I've written something similar to that effect before, and Brad liked it on Facebook, so it sounds like our developer agrees with me on that one. But our next question comes from Kana Somti, and he or she asks, "Hey Mitch, I enjoy the vids, thanks for producing. What is it about producing that you like best? What drew you into it in the first place, and why Conquest? I've been interested in production for quite some time, and would like to know the different pieces of the puzzle that you use to make the Hive Tyrant. From the interviews to editing, what makes it easy for you to be able to produce so many vids in such a short time? I really like the guests that you have on. It's great to hear all the different personalities and put a voice to the names that are on the forums. Keep up the great work, and thanks again." So first off, thank you so much for such a, very sweet, very heartfelt, very humbling comment. And I suppose in starting it from the top, what is it that I like about producing the best? I like the control. I like that it is a perfect creative outlet. I can basically create whatever I'd like. If there's something fancy I want to do in Photoshop or with video editing software, I can try to teach myself how to do that. Of course, my patience is limited, so I don't know how to do any crazy animation or anything like that. I really appreciate the detail. Things like editing, breathing. You can notice that I time things based on the breath, so I avoid harsh cuts and just ensuring that everything sounds smooth, sounds really great, really just having complete control over different things. I love the community aspect. Like I said, I've essentially tried to create internet friends for myself because I've not been able to find anyone in real life that'll tolerate me. I have an opportunity to teach players. I can kind of get up on some kind of internet pedestal and talk, and anybody interested will listen. I get to share what I'm passionate about, what I'm enthusiastic about, and what I know a few things about. And even in this video, I get to share some things about myself that are hopefully interesting. Hopefully people enjoy listening to me, and I just get this fantastic opportunity to express myself and just really engage with the things that I'm entirely enamored with. I get to make new friends, I get to build a community, I get to earn credit and respect, I get to just meet new people all the time, and very importantly, I get like a sense of belonging. I feel as if I'm a part of this community, and hopefully some people consider me as like, if I were to just stop making videos tomorrow, maybe there would be sadness, like it would be a small blow. People would be sad to see me go just because they genuinely appreciate the, I suppose, unfinancially compensated effort that I put into this channel, but I love this stuff. I love making things for it. If I didn't, I probably wouldn't do it. It's beyond the point where I no longer feel any sense of obligation to keep going. When I was doing my core set reviews, I was driven, sure, by obligation. I've mentioned this before elsewhere, I don't think yet in this video, but I feel like a tremendous sense of anxiety sometimes when I sit down to record. It seems as though since leaving home once again, where I had moved to go to college for nursing school, and just getting away from that situation and having peace and tranquility away from my brother and his non-wife, that I've not really explained that situation yet, but rest assured there's just a ton of drama that I'm leaving behind. Just a very miserable situation, to make it a very long story short, and this is entirely irrelevant to your subject. Having to see my parents become kind of the adoptive, in a sense, parents of my brother's fake fiance's miserable excuse for a human being that he's chosen to romantically involve himself with. So, I suppose I don't want to say too much more negative about her, but she knows how I feel, and I suppose I'll leave it at that. But back onto your question here, what drew me to editing in the first place? I guess the self-expression, the creative control. Like I mentioned earlier, people were kind of detracting Cardboard of the Rings for not being serious enough. I was very serious, and I thought I was a great player. I got lumped into people that were generally considered not quite as good, not quite as serious, and that really frustrated me. I didn't like being, being spoken down to, being flamed, being trolled, having people write scathing criticism about COTR and just kind of lumping me in with everyone, and just being very unfair and very rude. I thought it was disgusting, so that's why I started doing videos of my own, so I would be the sole proprietor. And then Conquest, I think I've explained by this point in the video why I love this game, why I love the intellectual property. I suppose from the interviews to editing, from the start and short of it, like let's say Kana, or I'm sorry, I'm sure I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but let's say you wanted to do an interview. We'd schedule a time, we'd work out the time zone, we would get together, we'd both get on Skype. I would interview you, I'd ask you a bunch of different questions. How'd you get into Conquest? What's special about this game? What's your gaming history? What kind of deck do you have to talk about today? Why'd you include this card? Why'd you include that card? What are the merits of this faction? What do you like about this warlord? How would you use this card? Why don't you include this card? What are the merits of this? What are the weaknesses? What are the strengths? Thank you very much for your time. Is there anything else you'd like to say? That kind of thing. I'd take all of that stuff. I would end up taking that edited audio, or sorry, unedited audio track. I'd put it in Audacity. I would remove noise from it. I pop both tracks into Sony Vegas. I would record your audio and my audio. I would remove any kind of environmental noise, like if there's a part when I'm talking and a dog barks on your end, I would remove that. I would adjust the audio tracks so that there's no silence. If there's a laugh and there's a bit of latency in regard to Skype, like if you tell a joke and in the recording, maybe 2 seconds later, I laugh, that sounds really weird when you're listening to it. So I will adjust that in editing to ensure that comedic timing is intact and everything's as funny as possible. For people that have a punctuated manner of speech, I try to make sure that I kill all the dead time. And even as I'm speaking right now, you can probably tell that I'm filling all the empty gaps and silences with some sort of vocalization, just so that there's no need for me to edit any audio, just because it all sounds maybe not entirely natural, but it, in my opinion, makes for good radio, in air quotes, listening. But anyways, once I do those two tracks, I will go in and do my video track. I've got like an image database. So let's say I've got my two perfect audio tracks in Sony Vegas. Those are all good to go. If we talk about, like, let's say I say Kotiaz. Normally when I say Kotiaz, that's my cue to insert that image. If within 5 seconds you say another card name, I will, incorporate that into the other image. Otherwise, like, let's say I talk about Kotiaz, and then in 10 seconds I mention Honored Librarian, I'll enter a new image that's Kotiaz plus the Honored Librarian, and then after that's been on the screen for 15 seconds, then I'll allow it to basically default or reset to whatever the base image is, whether that's like some graphic or whatever, and then I'll make a thumbnail in Photoshop and just all sorts of stuff like that. And then in regard to how can I make so many videos in so much time, apart from a trip to the gym and eating food, for a long time I would spend all day, every day, just either making notes for videos, writing scripts for videos, arranging interviews, conducting interviews, editing audio, editing video, and that's why in 4 months I've got 80 videos on my channel, even though a great many of them took 20 to 40 hours to make. If I can spend 40 hours over the course of 3 days to make a video, there you go, product complete. So I'd like to think that even though I've created a ton of videos, I would like to think that my audio and video content is absolutely top-notch. And while I don't have the animation skills that a studio like Team Covenant happens to possess, like I'm quite envious of some of their gameplay, graphics, and animations and things, I would like to think that I'm hopefully one of the best this community has to offer, just in regard to the overall quality of content. And you happen to mention that you like hearing from all the different personalities and meeting all the different community members, and that is exactly the reason why I've gone into interviewing everyone that I have. I feel everyone has something important to share. Even if they don't think so, they have something to contribute. You could be the most humble person in the world, but kind of something I've learned through my own experiences is oftentimes we don't really have a realistic perception of ourselves, so I kind of go out of my way sometimes to make other people realize just that which they do have to contribute, that which they do have special about them. So, if someone manages to win a tournament, they're probably worth talking to, even if they don't see themselves as a very good player, which certainly does happen. They probably have some sort of insight or wisdom or knowledge to share, or if nothing else, life experience. So everybody has something else to offer, and even if your interview doesn't completely blow away the Conquest community, I have not had a single interview I did not enjoy. So I always say, if anybody wants to be a part of this channel, if you want to be part of an Octagon video, if you want to do a deck deconstruction, if you've got something interesting you'd like to talk about, by all means, get in touch with me. I think some people have this kind of inflated idea of who these small potatoes internet celebrities like myself are, but I'm just a normal person. I just spend a lot of time creating videos. I've got plenty of time to interact with everybody. If somebody wants to be featured in a video, I am absolutely flattered. I wouldn't ask in each and every video if somebody wants to be involved if I was so bogged down with a backlog of content that I just couldn't bear to squeeze anyone else into my schedule. So, reach out. There's nothing that I find more rewarding than just interacting with the community, whether it's someone saying thank you, someone, talking to any aspect of this game with me. It's just great getting in touch with people, and that's really it. And like I mentioned before, I don't really think I have that much to offer myself yet in a conquest sense. I've come a long way in not a long period of time, but, by building a community around myself, by befriending all the esteemed members of this community, I've surrounded myself with good, positive, beneficial people, and I've definitely benefited from it. So thank you for your comment, and I hope you enjoyed my answer. But moving right along, Harold Martin happens to ask a question. He says, "Great work, keep it up. Do you think we should see more of the Chaos Gods / demons in the game?" Demons, I definitely think we should. I would definitely like to see more demons, especially as we see more elite support. But in regard to gods, I'm not so sure about that one. I'd like to see their influence definitely, like Slaaneish's Temptation, or Blood for the Blood God, all kinds of different things like that. I find it fascinating that in the Conquest universe, the gods, the Chaos Gods, and the God Emperor of Mankind are essentially physically manifest corporeal entities, so I find that quite intriguing. Like Khorne, quite literally, is a demon presence that has a throne made of skulls, and Slaanesh was created by the Eldar depravity that, ended up creating the Eye of Terror and all of that stuff. So I'd like to see more Chaos cards. I'd like to see more Chaos options. I would really like to see anything and everything this game has to bring to bear. I think there's so much incredible lore for Brad to draw from, and I just can't wait to see what's next for this stellar game. Our next question happens to come from Lord Zool, or Joule, and he says, "Dear Beacon of the Hive Mind, what made you start this YouTube channel? What is it about the Tyranids that draws you to them? And how much longer do you have to wait to get your claws on the Great Devourer set? On a personal note, great job on the videos. You are churning them out like a boss. Finally, how did you get into gaming? Much obliged, a Hive Mind minion." Why did I, start the channel? Basically, I missed producing videos. I missed the sense of community, the sense of belonging. I wanted something that I found meaningful to do with my life. What do I like about the Tyranids? I love that they don't feel emotion, they don't feel remorse or pity or anger. There's no sadness, fear, doubt, anxiety, nervousness, none of that. And hopefully I should be getting it very soon, in all likelihood by the time that you're listening to this video, because go figure, something like 4 hours of raw audio is going to take at least a little bit of editing, because even though I'm not going to be editing out much of my ums and ahs, I've got a lot of and stumbles to edit out of this video, so I'll definitely be giving it a listen, and I've fortunately managed to accumulate quite the backlog of content that's going to be published prior to this piece. But I'm very glad you're enjoying the video content. I'm looking forward to getting the Great Devourer. I can only hope that everyone listening to this video is going to pick up a copy of their very own. And how did I get into gaming? I guess for as long as I can remember, I've been a bit of a gamer. I definitely like the escapism elements. I liked Final Fantasy for the Nintendo Entertainment System. I liked TMNT for the Nintendo Entertainment System. As ridiculously frustrating as that undersea stinging kelp level happens to be, I loved Snow Bros. I loved so many different games. Warwind on the PC, Sacrifice on the PC, StarCraft, board games, card games like Flux. miniatures games like Mage Knight back in the day when that was sold in boosters, Dungeons and Dragons. Gaming is at the core of my being, and I could not imagine my life without elements of fantasy, without elements of strategy. So I hope that answers your question. Our penultimate question happens to come from Weiss Engel 86, presuming that's the German pronunciation, but I have no clue. He says, I had to think a bit about a question I wanted to ask. I would like to know if you could design a warlord, what would it be? I don't need a full breakdown, but maybe the character, theme, and kind of playstyle you would like to see if you were given an opportunity by FFG to make your own warlord. So earlier in this video, I shared that Trigon Prime idea. I would definitely like to see something along the lines of the Doom of Malantai. I feel like the Tyranids could potentially benefit from a more Psyker-focused unit, because even though the Tyranids don't exactly channel the warp, the Hive mind itself affords them the usage of some warp-like abilities, so cards like Warp Blast would be cool. I shared that Doom of Malantai example, so whether that's an area effect warlord or something that deals damage directly or ignores damage, or does something like moving damage, or some kind of crazy thing. There's lots of different abilities that the Tyranid units can use in a psychic sense, whether it's like some sort of unit buff type effect, or horrifying enemies, causing them to fail morale checks or move planets. There's a lot of interesting possibilities there, so really all of that stuff I'd definitely like to see. And then our very last, our final, but certainly not least question, we have Hendrik Ritter, and he asks, Hey Mitch, great job you do here. Though it has less to do with your videos, I was very grateful for your live coverage of the events at Gen Con. Can we expect something like this for Worlds? And that is going to be very tricky. If memory serves, the LCG World Championships occur on a Friday and a Saturday, and of course I happen to have class on Fridays, so I can't really imagine that I'm going to be doing much live coverage. Really, all that I did in regard to Gen Con was just trying to keep up with the Great Devourer spoilers. Like, I had a thread on Card Game DB that I was trying to constantly update. I did a video using some of the pictures released by Team Covenant and some of the pictures released by Tyler Thompson of the Concast, and a couple other individuals whose names elude me at the moment, in order to just kind of get all the spoiler material out there for everyone and to try to share that with all of them. In regard to covering an actual competitive event, it seems as though the tactical squad has done a much better job of that than I ever have. Elizabeth is definitely focused on that. Really, apart from interviewing some of the champions, I don't really do much in a tournament sense. But for better or worse, I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out there now. I was not thinking of going to Worlds. I didn't know that Worlds was planned to occur before I started this channel, but an interesting opportunity has potentially come up, and it's now possible that I might go to Worlds. So I don't know any details, I can't make any promises. Please, no one listening to this, get your hopes up as to whether I may or may not be able to arrive, but there is an interesting possibility in the works. Whether or not it's ultimately going to be realized entirely remains to be seen. But definitely, if I go to Worlds, you can expect a glut of interviews. I would be buying an HD camera and figuring out how the hell to use it ASAP. And of course, rest assured that I will be knocking down the World Champion's door this year for an interview, and hopefully getting an opportunity to talk to several of our top tier players. So if any of you people that happen to be going to Worlds are fans of the Hive Tyrant, if you like this channel, if you like what I do, if you end up having a noteworthy experience at Worlds, I would definitely strongly encourage you to get in touch with me once the event is done, because I'd love to hear what you have to say from as many different perspectives possible. So at this point, I've come to the end of this long list of questions. Thank you so much for your patience in bearing with this excruciatingly long video. Hopefully it's not been too private. Hopefully it's not been been too personal or uncomfortable. I hope that it's been a very entertaining listening, and thank you so much for checking out this very Hive Tyrant focused project. So I'm grateful for each and every viewer, each and every subscriber. As always, if you ever want to help this channel continue to grow, each and every individual piece of engagement helps spread the viral status of all of these videos, of all of these MP3s. Each and every iTunes review you leave helps increase its prominence in search rankings. Every like and comment, every subscription on YouTube makes it all the more likely that people are going to stumble upon this content. And of course, if you like the Hive Tyrant, chances are that other people will too. I get innumerable emails still from people saying that it's this channel that has introduced them to this game. They've fallen in love with it. They enjoy the stuff I put out. And of course, once they send dollars to FFG, once they buy a core set or war pack or the Great Devourer, whatever it happens to be, when they show up at a local tournament or regional tournament or anything like that, if they join our community, we all together send the message that Fantasy Flight should continue to support this game. So together, we are going to make this community something truly great. It's already remarkable, all built upon this masterpiece of a game. So I'll just end this video by saying thank you so much for watching. Thank you to everyone for viewing. Thank you so much to each and every person out there that has ever contributed to the Hive Tyrant. Whether you've watched, whether you've liked, subscribed, downloaded, whether you've been in a video, or whether you're going to be in a video, thank you so much. If you'd like to get in touch with me, feel free at any point to email me at conquesthivetyrant@gmail.com. If you've made it this far and you're not already a Facebook follower of mine, please go to facebook.com/thehivetyrant and do that. If you use Twitter, please follow me at twitter.com/the_hive_tyrant. And if at any point you'd like to kick me $1 or $2 on a purely monthly basis just to help me cover some of my file hosting, operating expenses, my Octagon subscription fee, all of that stuff. It costs you next to nothing, and just feel free to check out patreon.com/thehivetyrant. I'm absolutely honored and humbled each and every time that someone contributes to my cause in trying to grow this community and get to know all of you out there and continue to just produce the best, most entertaining, most informative content I can. So I'd encourage you to get in touch. Once again, thank you so much for watching. If you've made it this far, you're truly one of my greatest fans. Thank you so much. I cannot begin to express just how much this community has grown to mean to me. So thank you for watching, and as always, be sure to check back in again soon for ever more Conquest LCG content to come.